Oh, that's true too. I could also mute it.
So,
But I think we'll just start muting this.
we're good.
Yeah, very true. Just-
Good. Yeah. We got that.
Battling our AC all weekend, bro. Go through the weekend. So.
Across the street.
Oh, no, at home.
Oh, no, oh my God.
I was just there like a month and a half ago during that heat wave, so
There's one out there?
it got up to 87 in October.
See, thankfully, we got to 77 last night. And then I DoorDashed a fan at 9 p.m. because I was like, we're not sleeping if it's 77 degrees in here.
Oh my God, yeah.
But thankfully, we got an email saying they fixed it. And my partner just got home and was like, it's colder. It's not 77 anymore. And I was like, that's good. I was like, it's going colder, not hot. It's
You have a
all
problem?
promising.
Do you have cross ventilation or
Like, can you open your windows?
on both sides and let it blow through or?
We only have windows on one side.
Yeah, okay.
And there's no screens because we're up on the 6th floor.
Oh my
And I have a blind cat. So no screens on windows and blind cats cannot be open.
You're not go together, no.
She's like run into like us, we're like standing somewhere and she'll just bump into us and I'm like, yeah, we can't open the window where she could just, it opens just enough that she could.
Oh, God, I will.
Doing it.
I didn't think about that.
They put one like little temp unit into hopper that we've got, that's on the floor. And they didn't even seal around it, and it was 9,500 degrees outside, and so it only just made our furnace hotter and wetter because of all the condensation. I'm ripping this thing out. She goes like this.
I'm excited because for so long we just thought it was our dryer, like when we ran the water
Oh,
dryer, like the
yeah.
dryer was producing heat, and that's why our apartment got so hot. But now we're thinking it just wasn't working the whole time effectively. So now we're like, I'm ready to go home tonight. I'm like, I'm gonna do laundry when I get home. I'm gonna see if the dryer.
So is it, you're in the Atlas, right? So is this, every unit got its own, every apartment got its own unit or? Okay, yeah.
It's very nice, yes.
Yeah.
We opened the door to the hallway and I was like, oh my gosh, it's so cold. It's cold.
Or I would just keep the door open.
But then again, blind
Blind
cats.
cat, yeah.
A little baby gate.
She's loud too. She announces when she enters places now. Because she can't see. She's
Oh,
waiting
cool.
for the call and respond for her to know where we're at.
Oh, yeah.
She's
Has she always been
echolocating.
blind?
She has a heart condition that caused her to go blind.
Yeah,
this year, so
yeah.
she's very new to it.
So,
Yeah, all set, all good. We're streaming.
hi, Anthony.
Thank you. See you tomorrow. All night. Thank you.
Oh, yeah, you guys don't get budgies anymore.
No, we're still, yeah.
You have us.
Yeah.
And we're just a good help.
I'm gonna send GDC and email. I just saw a news announcement that GBS has sued the city. I notified them prior to that filing that I was disengaging from any communication. So I am officially out of the entire conversation,
Okay.
just in case there's any questions.
I'll let Jamie know when he's back in the morning. He was out today for dentist thing. I'll let him know first thing.
That's good.
For commissioners, you have quorum. We are expecting Commissioner McCoy, but you're able to.
Let's give it a couple minutes so I can get my computer booted up.
Absolutely, yeah.
Go from there.
And before the, you did have a few folks like drop out of attending tonight for their applications. So when they come up, I'll let you know who they are.
Okay.
You want to kick off the conversation with the last one tonight?
So I'll call it in and take it off. Do you want to take the lead on it?
I think it's better if you do as chairman, just to say, hey, this is how we're going to approach it.
Sure. I
Yeah.
guess.
Then we can jump in.
Sure.
Guidelines, most of it, most of it's the guidelines.
That one's something big, so.
Yeah. Look, like, and I literally cut paste, except when I couldn't, so now I can. Yeah.
This is my life right now.
What is that?
That's the intake, I think. Is that Lake Mead or is that another one? Those the intake of the dams. It's one of those.
Oh, yeah, okay, yeah.
Why is it in life?
Yes, they didn't get around to doing their box cutters in time.
I saw that, yeah. I think I just need to reply and have them just to do a full renewal.
That's what I told them. I said, just have just put a new renewal request in. It should be.
Yeah, we received 10 applications in the last 2 days, so Well, maybe busy October, but yeah.
Okay.
I'm Boardfield, I will not be at the, I think September 17th business meeting is, yeah, I'll be out of town.
Okay,
Just give you a heads up.
thank you.
We up to. I've been hearing about it. Business.
We might end up canceling this. Are you all ready to?
We can jump down.
I will. So we are recording and I just share this. Okay.
This is the call to order. Ooh, out there, nice. This is the German Village Commission hearing. Today is September 3rd, 2025. It is 4:07 PM. We are at 141 North Front Street, the conference room on the first floor of the garage. The next business meeting will be Wednesday, September 17th, 2025 at 12 PM. Over across the street at 111 North Front Street, second floor, room 205. And the next hearing will be back here in this room, Wednesday, October 1st, 2025, 4 PM at 141 North Front Street, the conference room on the first floor of the garage. Go ahead and swear in staff. Raise your right hand. You swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth.
I do.
And your name.
Nick Person.
Thank you very much. Move on to the instruction of commissioners present. On my left, Edwin Thiel, Anthony Harkey, chair.
Rachel Schultz. FB.
All right. Skip the hearing format. Public forum. Do we have any items for public forum?
No.
No item for forum. Moving on to the staff approvals, which begin on page 9 of your applications. Are there any recusals?
Chairman, I have no recusals.
No.
Give me one second. I haven't looked through them yet. 6. I have no refusals. Is there a motion?
Mr. Chairman, I move to ratify the staff approvals.
Second.
Any questions on the motion? All those in favor?
Aye.
Against? I have motion passes. Moving on to the minutes from last meeting, August 6, 2025. Is there any comments or a motion?
Mr. Chairman, I move to approve the minutes from August 6, 2025.
Second.
Any questions on that motion? All those in favor?
Aye.
Against? Ayes have it. Motion passes. Moving on to the applications for certificate of appropriateness. Item number 1 has been asked to be continued, so I'll call this in and we'll ask for a motion to continue. So item 1 is GB 2508001, 49 Stewart Avenue. Is there a motion to continue?
Mr. Chair.
So prior to the motion, the applicant did have one question they would like the commission.
Yes.
They were gonna pursue their own independent testing. And they wanted to know if all 13 windows should be tested from the commissioner's perspective, if that would strengthen their case.
My opinion is I request the testing on every window they are looking to replace.
Okay.
Their windows they don't want to replace, they can skip the testing on the
Yeah.
windows.
Okay, thank you.
Mr. Chairman, on item GB 25-08001, 49 Stewart Avenue, I move to continue.
Second.
Are there any questions on the motion? All those in favor?
Aye.
Against? Ayes have it. Motion passes. I'll let the record show that Commissioner McCoy is now almost with us. We'll move ahead to the staff recommend applications. Item 2 has been moved to staff approval, so no action necessary on this hearing. Item 3, COA 2500894, 1038 Yeager Street. Is there an applicant for 1038 Yeager Street? Once you're all settled, just raise your right hand. And you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth. In your name.
Carly Kessler.
Thank you. Right, Nick?
Yes, this is a request for action application for new construction. Noting this application was approved at the October 4th, 2023 GDC hearing, but a final COA was not issued as final drawings were not submitted at that time. The application is to construct a two-story addition to the rear of the existing masonry house with similar massing and style as the existing structure, horizontal composite siding painted Sherwin-Williams, exposed split face CMU foundation, K-style metal gutters. A shingle is to be the certainty standard 3 tab, the windows are Marvin Ultimate, and there's an exterior building alteration to the existing structure to replace the existing front lantern with a gas lantern. Staff analysis. At the September business meeting, the commission had no request for additional information from the applicant, but did request that HBO staff review the previous review of this application from October. We did go back and listen to the recording and the motion. And during the approval motion at the October hearing, the commission only included the amendments to the openings in the final motions. That's what made it on the final approved letter from October. Although there were discussion about other factors of the design, it would be only the when I say only included the amendments, those are the amendments that were on the final letter that was produced for the applicant on the openings. The staff recommendation is approval. The basis for staff recommendation is 31611, standing for alternate. I apologize. Did you get out of the way? And standards for new construction and the German Village guidelines on additions 1 to 5.
Anything else to add?
Nope.
Questions, comments from the committee?
Yeah, so we approved this in October of 2023, which is almost 2 years ago. Does that approval still stand?
So had the COA been issued at that time, HBO staff would have been able to renew the COA as it is as
Yeah.
approved for up to 2 more years. So
Okay.
it would have still been able to be an active COA at this time, but because the COA was never issued, we're directing it back to the commission.
Okay, so does that open up the discussion of the design at this time?
Ultimately, yes. The design has never, the COA has never been issued, so you're
Okay.
still able to make feedback and comments.
So my point is, I remember at the time, there was discussion about that second story piece overhanging and cleaning up the roof. I think that still needs to happen. The massing is very odd with that piece sticking out.
So I did check with the architect on that and they said that they did modify the roof line based on the conversation in the last meeting a couple years ago. So those comments have been addressed.
Still sticks on the second floor.
Right, so that the overhang is necessary because of the glazing of the windows in the dining room. So we couldn't bring that all the way down to the ground.
I'm saying it shouldn't come down. This should go away.
So the reason that they did that was to allow more space in the interior
I
closet.
understand that. That is not, programming is not part of our purview. Ours is the massing appropriate to what is typical in the village. Closet bump out like that with a little hip roof, I would say it's not typical per the guidelines. But that's my opinion.
I will say, I've done record time and time again, to state that interior consideration should not drive the exterior. As a commission, looking at the historic integrity of fabric of the neighborhood, we're looking for exterior to drive the interior states. So I understand the need or the desire to have a better workable interior, but I think that can be solved through architectural changes, interior layout wise, as opposed to forcing the exterior to be something that we don't believe is appropriate or compatible.
I'm not sure, am I allowed to?
Sure.
Yeah, I don't know what to say other than it was approved at the last meeting with the same design. And I don't know, it was designed by an architect that was considering German Village and their number one goal is the architecture to be beautiful and that's why they made that decision.
I remember the conversation.
I was pulling up the design from the.
Yeah. and I remember us talking about making the roof square and the fact that that was a connector between the two. I remember all those concepts being discussed.
What, the laundry in the hallway?
No, that,
I've got the minutes pulled up here.
yeah, what do they say?
So the minutes, let's see, this is.
I mean, it may have been my issue at the time and
So
commission voted over me, so that's fine too, but.
So we split the application into part A and part B. Part A was for approval of the application, the new construction, exterior building alteration. Applicant removed painting of historic structure from the application. Applicant amend the application at the hearing to alter the size of the openings between the historic structure and the addition. The historic window will be removed to create a door size to the opening. Submit new drawings.
Drawings from October 23 actually still demolition like this.
Mhm.
So I think that was changed.
That's
Yep.
Yeah, there you go.
I'm not seeing any notes in there about that. Overhang comments.
Remember the conversation, I just don't know, maybe my recollection of what we resolved is the part, but I just remember having the conversation. Nick, can you go to that?
The new packet?
Yeah, that's what it's south elevation. Yeah, I just remember that we talked about this being a mast, this being a mast, this being a connector, and then this bump out going away, so the connector red is the connector.
I mean, as a commissioner who was not on this the
Yeah.
first time around, I wouldn't be in support of that bump out. It's not great.
Is there any chance this was heard, Nick, by the commission at a hearing before October?
It was heard conceptually before. I can pull up those cautions.
Do you know when that happened?
September of 2023. And here is your conceptual letter for that.
Just want to see if what the change was conceptual to the approved.
Talked about the overhang buffer just after a section of it, so. I mean, I may have been the one person voting nay, and everybody else voted positive, which I don't remember, but I remember the conversation, that's all.
It was a.
Here, this is what was changed in conceptual. If you look at the floor plan, conceptual, it was one big block.
You approved it, and
Yeah,
So it went from one big block
and
to that being. put
yeah,
back.
and I think, I remember the conversation about cleaning up the roof.
So was the conversation cleaning the roof at the conceptual? And then we saw this and that was when it was fun.
I can't tell you.
I'm gonna have to. I'm on record voting for it, so I had to,
Well, looks like I did too.
have to assume that I was okay with it at the time. And
Is that it right there?
That's the motion for the approval.
Okay. I made the motion, so let it ride. Disagree with it, don't approve of it now, not for the massing, but we did approve it, so we're not backing up.
well, you can't.
I can't, right, that's true.
you can't, I think I was there for this as well.
I wasn't. I was not here for this.
Yeah. It's true. Okay. Want to have a conversation?
Say that, Commissioner Theo, Commissioner Hart, Commissioner McCoy, we're all there, so it could be. Effie, Margaret, Schultz.
I was not there.
Yeah, you weren't there, so
Three of us
you
were.
would be, it's appropriate for you to vote however you feel, but, I think we should take a vote at this point in time.
Yep, so Mr. Chairman, on item COA 2500894-1038 Niggard Street, I move to approve as submitted.
Second.
Any questions on the motion? All those in favor?
Aye.
Against?
Aye.
Ayes have it, motion passes. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
And I'll just put you through that. We had to figure out how.
We had that conversation, yeah.
All good, thank you.
All right, moving ahead to item number 4, complete application COA 2500746-181 Thurman.
We had the conversations, I both. Don't get away.
All right, once settled, you raise your right hand. You swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth.
Yes,
Your name?
Adam May.
Thank you. Dick?
This is a request for action that was continued at the last hearing for an exterior building alteration and landscaping. The exterior building alteration includes the removal of the existing second floor deck and overhang in the rear yard, with the door opening to remain. And in the front yard landscaping design has changed. It's to install a new masonry retaining wall using brick with an iron fence on top. The design has changed to follow commissioner feedback, and to install new landscape planting, bushes and trees per the submitted site plan. And the rear and side yard is to install bluestone steppers and a limestone gravel walkway, to construct a new cedar arbor per the submitted drawing, and to install new landscaping plants, bushes and trees per the submitted site plan. From the now approved August 2025 GBC hearing minutes, the application was continued to allow time for the applicant to provide updated materials, with the comments being commissioner's question proposal to have built landscaping walls outside of the owner's property line, and noting they could not support fences or masonry walls in the right of way. The commission concluded that the brick veneer was inappropriate, but a mortared masonry wall could be supported with a simple design, no limestone caps at an appropriate height. The total height of any fenced wall should be no greater than 36 inches from sidewalk grade in the front yard. Commissioners confirmed that bluestone would not be allowed for the front yard walkway, only appropriate red brick should be used. The commissioner was supportive of the rear deck being removed. At the September business meeting, the commission requested the cherry tree be added to the site plan and asked for the spacing to be called out, and expressed concern over the front yard paving materials and requested detail on if the gas meter will be altered. The applicant did clarify some of those items. Their proposal is now to remove the cherry tree and to replace it with a dogwood tree that can be appropriately spaced with the fencing. And the applicant has also confirmed no work was proposed for the gas meter. And the email supported that if the commission required brick could be used for the front yard, I believe. Staff does recommend approval of any all clarifications to be submitted to staff with the following conditions. And the recommended condition being only dry laid brick is used in front yard areas. The basis for staff recommendation, 301-613, same as for site improvements A. The German Village guidelines for walks, sidewalks, driveways, patios, and parking lots, page 125, and the recommendations 1 through 5. And the German Village guidelines on fences and walls, 2, 3, and 5. And the German Village guidelines on exterior considerations for street site lighting and street furniture, pools, fountains, and gazebos, 1 through 6. And I will pass.
Anything else to add?
No, I don't think so.
Questions, comments from the commission?
So what is the issue with going around the gas meter?
Yeah, I wasn't sure if there was any confusion. We had kind of jogged it around there to just give it some room.
There's no way you can go in front of it.
Oh, the property line gets pretty close there. I don't know if there was any pictures showing it that we had attached. I'd have to refresh my memory as far as where the piping kind of plays into that corner.
Is the property line, is the building on the edge of the property line, or it looks like it's
Pretty close. You say you'd prefer for it to just terminate at the corner versus jogging around the gas
But yeah, I
meter.
mean, this looks all great, but then you get this and this looks odd.
Yeah,
So you want to take this down to a corner?
I think it may have had something to do with the elevation and where it sits in relation.
Yeah, and that could be.
Yeah,
Okay.
I'd have to
But I-
double
but I-
check.
And you all join in here, but I like the idea of a corner here and going back, okay? To establish that corner in the front yard, even though it's not your property line.
Mm-hmm.
But then I think you need to address this as a different type of material.
Okay.
So that you got this corner and then this is something else.
Okay.
That's just my, Karen, everybody else. take on it? Because the right thing to do is just go straight to the corner of the building.
I understand what you mean. It provides that visual at the edge there, and then
Yeah.
kind of separates it. Yeah.
The front facade of Thurman Cafe is it's a stone, and you've got an amount of a depth of that. It looks like it might be at least 8, if not 12 inches of stone on the facade of the building.
Mhm.
And then the brick starts. And it looks like from street view that the gas meter is back on the brick. But your service pipe comes off that meter, wraps the front of the building and goes in the front of the building. So
It was something goofy going on.
Yes.
So that I think that would be good to go straight, die in the building, but I think that that's gonna cause issues with trying to get that final piece of fence there and how you deal with that pipe and everything else. If it does return back, not sure if there's any kind of clearance requirements from your.
Imagine there is.
I know there is. Can you go back up to the plan? Is there a possibility that this can just continue straight and die into it over here? Just line those up. You get more
We would really,
landscaping in the front.
we'd prefer to keep it kind of continuous with the rest of the wall because to keep the symmetry because of how much we're eating up of the limited space. I understand we had to be on our property or on the property line from last time, but yeah, it's kind of being able to kind of continue the concept on the right and have enough space for that, and then leaving us enough room for the new tree. It gets pretty. It's a tight lot. It gets comes down to inches there. I mean, I'm open, to whatever you would make you guys happy. If it was switching out the material in the back, I can look into the clearance. I'm sure that's something that would come up in the permitting too. But I think we prefer to keep it continuous in the front and not go back toward the house if possible. If there's a different solution, something else we could do.
I think this is better. No, almost all that fence pushes back, which. Yes.
I don't mind the jog back, but I agree that you should switch from being a brick with a metal on top to maybe just a metal fence.
Or something, yeah.
Yeah, would it be possibly like a stacked like limestone or some sort of a simpler veneer to carry? And we had some of the limestone on the top course where the posts get mounted, like in that I think example on Sycamore Street. I don't know if you'd be open to just setting like an 12 inch like limestone, 2, 3, 4 inch thick, stacking something like that, just to kind of keep it a clean look back there.
What if you return the fence, you don't put the last panel of fence in and you put a hedge across it? That would be a material change. I imagine you need the wall for the grade differential.
Something, yeah, to retain would be nice, yeah. But as far as stopping the fence and putting something else as a barrier in there, yeah, I would be open to that. The main thing with the fence and the masonry was to keep the patrons from disrupting the property, but I wouldn't be so worried about that little area back there. They'd have to be really motivated.
I'm okay with the fence returning that jog in that corner, as soil plan, you have some ornamental grass in the front, and I think that can help disguise, that
A little bit of screening.
stairs geometry.
I like this all, landscape.
I think landscaping is the better option. I'm okay with it as is, but if you want to go with, so just for clarity, we're saying, go back to the plan. Yeah. So we're saying retaining wall and fence all the way over, and then just, where do we stop this? What do we?
This piece of fence comes a hedge. So we establish this as the corner, matches this corner.
Okay, are we saying that this piece back here
Yeah,
Is
maybe
it
They come in different
that's.
material.
This does not.
But they've got it on the right.
Yeah.
We say, so the retaining wall and fence comes and returns.
Yep.
This piece of fence is not there.
Yep, it becomes a.
Does the retaining wall stay brick? Does that need to be something different?
I think the roof with the retaining wall stay.
Yeah, me too.
My next question is, why have this fence returned back? If we're going to put the fence to here, and if there's plantings to block, so this comes as far as it can. I would assume that this can come over and there's really no interference with the code clearance to the gas meter. I think that's just a matter of whatever the code requires. We stop just short of that. Plant your bushes here, then whatever has to happen back here is just retaining wall, whether it be brick or stone or something else. So I think it's just the metal fence is what they want to have. I don't see a need for this to go back if we put in bushes here.
Well, we're not talking about putting bushes in front of the gas meter.
Thought we were saying we block it with bushes. We're saying this.
There's
block
two.
it with bushes.
That's going to
Garden
the back of
grass
it, yeah.
is there.
For what it's worth, the return, I think that our clients would appreciate having the return just with the door being right there, with the exit and, like I said, just to keep patients from interfering. I think it would make a difference that way. And if I guess we kept it on the right to kind of keep it symmetrical, would be nice, but.
I'm just thinking that having this verticality piece, this fence piece here, is going to hold this back from the face of this wall, the max amount possible per code. If there was no vertical piece here, I would assume that the retaining wall could get closer to the meter because you're probably under the meter at that point.
Yeah.
That would allow this fence to go further. So it really depends on how far do you want this front fence to go over, because this is going to hold it back.
Yeah, I'm not particular on exactly how close it gets to the building necessarily. Yeah, we're open to that.
Okay, so we're saying retaining wall across, turn it, fence on the return, and that back section is bushes, hedges.
Hedge, yeah.
Does that work?
Yeah, that's fine. So basically, everything would be the same. Just that last section of fence between the corner and the wall would have to be removed and supplemented with some kind of screen there. But the brick and limestone and everything, the material could stay the same though.
The only other question I had for clarification, on the front walk, we're showing in plan, we've got a brick border, we've got a brick interior field. The piece that goes around to the left and around the corner of the porch, that's showing a bluestone base field with brick border. Looking at the sample images provided back on page 8, that's looking like a solid field of bluestone as opposed to steppers.
Yeah, the steppers start after the front corner of the house. So those would be bluestone. There's a fence in between, and that might have been a misunderstanding from the comments last time. I had thought just from the sidewalk to the steps, we wanted all brick. But that you guys are open to it coming around the side. So we did put the border in to kind of blend that. But if it has to be all brick on the side to the fence, that's fine.
I think if you want this to be solid, I could see brick wrapping all the way to where the fence is.
Yeah.
The other option is brick here and then steppers all the way around.
I think we prefer to have it be a solid versus like mulch joints or something. So if that meant getting rid of the bluestone and just sticking all brick, then I think we prefer that.
So come through there. Okay. I'm okay with brick all the way back. That.
Yes.
Yep.
Other questions or comments?
And did you call out the material? Yeah, gravel base, is that gonna be in between the steppers as well, or what do you think?
The gravel is just the The
area.
Yeah, to the right of the walk. Forget what direction we're looking at.
Okay.
But yeah, that was the only gravel and the backyard, but that's the only area in the front is a compacted.
Okay.
Yeah, number 9 limestone. And then that had the limestone curbing as well, the thin limestone curbing.
I would make one recommendation, assuming the fence you have in there, on the side of the house is staying in place.
For now, yeah. They've considered removing it. I know you guys said it wasn't maybe technically approved from when they bought the house, or but they prefer to have them set back. I remember that coming up last time. For now, and we're going to have to remove it for access. They may or may not put it back in. They've switched the lock to the bar gate, so right now we have it as staying.
Yeah, I'd say that front fence over there inside of the house. Best course of action. If it's going back and staying, you're gonna be touching it anyway.
Mhm.
Cut the top flat, get rid of the dog ears.
That's fine. I mean, we can do that
I think
regardless.
that's your best course. Technically, it's all in without a COA from the previous owners,
Mm-hmm.
but that gets it more into compliance at least. If you do want to move it completely, just come back, and let us know what you want to do with it.
Okay.
Questions? There are none. Is there a motion?
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, on COA 2500746-181 Thurman Avenue, I move to approve as amended by the applicant. The far east section of fence will not be installed and will be supplemented with a hedge material. Rivet,
Do maybe Texas or Foxwood?
Taxus, okay, thank you. Taxus. The front bluestone will be actually brick instead of bluestone with a brick border. And the tops of the fences to be lopped off and not be dog eared. Didn't miss anything.
You want to include the dog ear lopping off part of the COA or just not have that? They can do it themselves
It's up to you.
since it's not,
Not part of the application, you
Yeah.
take it out, okay?
I let them know for
Delete
perfect
the fence
purposes.
piece.
Yeah, I don't see it. Sure.
If there are no other questions, motion, we got a motion or a second?
Jackson.
Second. No other questions. All those in favor? Against? I have the motion passes.
Thank you.
Much. Moving ahead to item number 5, COA 2500769, 1123 South Pearl Street. Once you're settled, you raise your right hands. Do you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and the truth?
Yes,
Your name?
Devin Shalley.
Thank you. Finish.
Russell Brumbaugh.
Thank you very much.
This is a request for action for landscaping to install a new driveway, fence and gate for the suitable materials. At the September business meeting, the commission asked if the new proposed fence or gate references or is based on the fence that was removed, and requested a site plan be provided that clearly indicates the post location and the location of the gate opening. The commission also requested the height of the fence be clarified and a sample photo of the gate be provided. The applicant could provide additional materials that are in front of the materials packet, noting the pedestrian gate was, and noted the pedestrian gate was not proposed. The fence is supposed to be 4 feet in height. Staff does recommend approval with clarification to be submitted to staff for the following conditions, and that be by condition being a pedestrian gate is included in the final fence design. The basis for the recommendation is City Code Rule 613, so improvements A. The German village guidelines for walks, sidewalks, driveways, patios, and parking lots, page 125, and then 1 through 5, and the German village guidelines on fences and walls, 2, 3, and 5.
Anything else to add?
So we purchased the home on, you guys might be a little familiar with this address. It's been here before, for the previous owner. So, this is our first time. So nice to meet you all. So we purchased the home on June 30th. When they did the renovation of the home and got the garage and driveway and everything approved, they took out the existing fence, obviously, because it was just a fence with a small pedestrian gate to allow a vehicle to move up and down the driveway. Within just a few nights of us being there, we've had people down our driveway trying to get into our garage, get behind the house, get into our trash. So what we're really looking to do is just put back essentially what was there, put something across the front. The only amendment would be, instead of a pedestrian gate, it would be 2 gates large enough to allow a vehicle to move up and down the driveway. There'd be a post, if you're looking at the house, on the right-hand side, right next to our neighbor's post, and then one on the left-hand side at the house, and then there would be a custom two-door gate put in to allow a vehicle to go through. We're not proposing for it to be electric, it would be manual. And we had proposed for it to be aluminum, so it wasn't too heavy because it's going to be a much larger than a pedestrian gate. Our vendor also can put wheels on the bottom of it to make it easier for it to open and close as well, but really it's truly just meant to be used when we're not home or in the evenings, just securing the property in total, so that we stop getting people making their way to the back of the property. So what he had initially provided was just taking some of the documents that we received when we purchased the home and just showing the only opening is the driveway. It would just basically close that section off. And then it would probably require 2 4-foot in width gates and maybe 4 feet high to match the height of our next door neighbor's fence. I think that about covers it.
So my question would be the location of that gate in terms of the swing.
We were planning for it to swing inward, so it wouldn't come out to the street and cause any issues if anybody might be walking by. So there would be 2 posts where those arrows are, and then it would meet in the middle, and then both would swing inward. And we went with 2 4-foot so that it would be able to swing all the way back on both sides rather than one long gate that needs to swing really far.
So, I looked at the sketch, the survey on page 6 of the application, which is scaled. That distance from the base of the house to the fence at the property line is a little longer than 17 feet. So 2 4-foot swings, 8 foot, you're still left with a good chunk of space. So I think what we were looking for was essentially.
What's going on either side?
Yeah, so if your gates are here, centered on your driveway, basically.
Yep.
There would be a post over here somewhere.
I know that there was a question about a pedestrian gate. We could do post pedestrian gate, post 2 gates, and then take it over to the side. That way, if you do want there to be a pedestrian gate, it would allow for that to go as well.
That's what I think what we were looking for is because your mail and everything, people need to get into the property.
Sure.
Rather than having to open the vehicle gate to get in and out.
Sure.
You put the person gate here, the man gate here to walk through, you have a post, and then you have your drive gates, which we've seen.
That's perfectly fine for us.
And like you said, height wise, we want to match the neighbor's fence. Right now, the neighbor's fence is a typical 3 foot with the hoops on top.
Yeah, it comes out to right in the neighborhood of 4 feet, but we matched the exact height.
So I think the layout of swing versus post versus person gate, we got that. Is it going to be in line with the neighbor's fence and continuing that line, or is it going to be angled?
I think it would. Do you see where that line is?
In the concrete?
Yes, I think the goal would be to match that line, but if you need us to take it a little bit further back, that way it's a straight cut, we can do that too.
If you go back to the plan again, I think if you do an angle, I think the issue you're going to have, it's not too much of an angle, but your house is straight. I don't know if the fence here is straight or if it's angled. The question is, will a 4-foot gate, if it's angled, how that swing is going to work? You might, I don't know what that distance is. I don't want you seeing smack the porch with you.
It was enough if the left side was only 4 feet. We walked it back
Okay.
and it would fit. It
Okay.
would swing,
And
especially since the porch has been fixed the way that it needed to be and it was pulled back a little bit the way that it needed to be, it will clear.
Okay. Yeah, if it follows the property line, goes from corner of building to the corner of fence, I don't have an issue with it. I just want to make sure that your swings work and everything else.
Yeah. Is there any feeling on if we put wheels on the bottom of it for where it opens, just to make it open and close, since it's gonna be a manual? I just wanted to clarify that before we went one way or the other.
I won't speak for everybody here. I don't have an issue with wheels. I think
Okay.
how the wheels are applied, how the fence is fabricated into question. I think we still need to discuss what type of fence you're proposing, the material and design of it. But having wheels, I think having the wheels attached to the yard side, so that you have the gates, they're to the back of it, so they roll. I think that's okay, rather than having the post dragging across the top of your all the time.
Yeah.
Under.
Okay.
There's no issue with me either, but I do feel like, just looking at the elevation of the fence, it kind of looks, I'm wondering if the horizontal top bar, it make it kind of look like, I don't know, like a swimming pool fence. Just looking around, a lot of the, fence and gate, in German village, they don't have that top, solid bar.
So typically, the fence styles we see, well, first off, they're iron,
Mhm.
they're round pickets, not square pickets. You might see the exposed picket at the top. If they're enclosed, it's usually what we call schoolhouse loop. It's got loops over top of it. I think the issue you're having right now with what's proposed, it's a aluminum fence, and that's just how they design those. You might want to look at a different, my opinion, a different manufacturer option, what you can do to try to get more towards just the traditional style of fence.
If we could find something, because the reason that we went with this is because it like stuck up a little bit, it looked very similarly to our neighbors. If we could find one that was aluminum but looped at the top instead of being straight across, would that work? Or you specifically wanted something that's.
Yeah. It would have to be aluminum solid bar, and that would be a custom fence.
Extremely expensive.
Like that's.
I'm not here to show for Fort Ryan work, they do have standard designs that match the designs down in the village.
Okay.
Off the shelf, there's other vendors out there too. I think that's your easiest course of action, in terms of say. If you can find an aluminum fence that meets all the spacing and height and diameter of posts and everything, we entertain it, but we have never seen one come before us that we have approved.
Okay.
Especially on the streets, up against the public way,
Sure.
a little more of a high profile location.
Okay.
Other than that, I'm saying.
Okay. So we just need to find a different fence material.
Yeah.
Okay.
I think if we approve on the condition of final material selection is going to staff, I think you can probably staff approve the final, not staff approve, but confirm the change to be the appropriate fence style material.
Absolutely, yeah.
Since we've identified what the scope of the gates are.
Absolutely, yeah, as long as it's in your motion that you, yeah.
Sure. That way, so by doing that, we can vote and approve on that condition. You submit that conflict materials and the staff determines that it does meet that criteria. She can issue a COA. You don't got to come back to us on another application.
Works for me.
Mr. Chairman, on COA 250076911122 South Pearl Street, I move to approve as amended by the owner that it will be 2 4-foot driveway leaves on the gate. There will be a pedestrian gate to the north of that, and whatever other panels of fencing you need to fill it in and make it complete. The gates will be on wheels. If that works, it's approved. It will be along the property line, and the style of the fence and the material is to be approved as by staff in compliance with the documents.
Absolutely.
I think for the applicant for clarification, the style, it could be matching the neighbors. Is that what was there before, or another fence style that you see in the village, different, or pin posts and that kind of stuff, as opposed to square posts that you might see next door?
Got it.
It opens us some options for it.
Sure.
Is there a second?
Second.
Any questions on the motion? All those in favor?
Aye.
Against? Ayes have it, motion passes.
Great.
Thanks so much.
Thank you, guys.
For the applicant, you'll receive an email notifying you when the letter's ready, and then whenever you want to get those updated materials to us, we can move forward and issue a COA.
Great.
Thank you.
Thank you, guys.
Move ahead to item number 6, COA 25008635551 City Bank.
Hi, guys.
So, raise your right hands, one each. You swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and the truth.
Yes,
Your name?
I do.
Your name?
Elizabeth Seitz.
Thank you.
Brian Seitz.
Thank you.
Thank you. There's looking for a photo that I had that I don't think made it to the packet that I took yesterday. This is a request for action for an exterior building alteration. This application specifically is for gutters. To remove the existing front elevation OG gutter and replace the new half-round gutter. The new gutter is to be painted Benjamin Moore, Stormy Sky. The September business meeting, we requested a photo of the south facade to view the rafter tails and asked if the downspouts would be replaced and or moved. HPO staff would provide any historic photos on file. There are no historic photos of this property on file. I did take a photo of the rafter tails because we did a site visit, just yesterday.
Yes, we did.
And I can share the photo, but I will just share it as well, for now. The rafter tail was modified to allow for the OG gutter, so a piece of wood was actually added between the angled rafter tail to allow for an OG gutter, so it's been modified. To where it is I forget the names, but it is the correct, according to, old code. Yes, it is,
The original ones were perpendicular.
yes,
Okay.
and the original line that you kind of see in this photo is still there, it's just they really added the previous owners added a board, oh, thank you. You're good. And so, we took that on site, so basically added a board, yeah, just. Across the entire front elevation to allow for an OG gutter, so that board runs around across the entire front. So we do, it is the opinion of HPO staff who conducted the site visit that the half round was the original gutter on the property. And with that in mind, our recommendation is approval. With any clarification to be submitted to staff. The basis for that recommendation is 301-611, standards for alteration, and German Village guidelines on roof gutters and downspouts 5 and 6.
That's on condition of restoring the perpendicular cut rafter tails.
Absolutely.
That's a lot of work. Anything else to add?
Quick question.
Yeah.
You referenced restoring the original rafter tails. So is that simply removing the fascia that was added?
And then extension? Yeah.
So that's all we're doing. We're pulling that new fascia off, putting our new half round on, painting it to match trim.
You don't need to necessarily put a new fascia board on the end of the perpendicular cut rafter tails.
Yeah, that would be great. No questions.
I would say, looking at it, I'm wondering. Yeah, I would say. When you pull that board off, you might find some stuff you don't want to see.
Yeah.
I'm surprised that there's an enclosed soffit board. That's probably some cheap particle board that's falling off. If that comes off, you might find more decorative rafter tails that used to be exposed, and that may open up a whole nother question mark for you, but we ruled on what we can see. You see that it is a plumb cut rafter tail. That's such that is the appropriate thing, especially with the
Perpendicular cut.
It's a
Perpendicular.
the plumb board is really just kind of tacked onto it to allow for that. Any other questions or comments from the commission?
Mr. Chairman, on item COA 2500863551 City Park Avenue regarding the gutters, I move to approve as supplemented with the demolition of the existing fascia board and the plumb cut extensions.
Second.
Any other questions on this motion? All those in favor?
Aye.
Against? Ayes have it, motion passes. I'll make one other comment for you, so that went through the roof restoration in my house. But this being the original slate, you might find that if that board comes off, you might find some tongue and groove, which was really nice and overhang when restored, so. May still be there, may still be in good condition.
We'll look at it.
Moving ahead to item number 7, COA 2500864, 501 City Park. Let the record show the applicants are still sworn in. Nick?
Yes, this is a request for action for an exterior building alteration for the replacement of 12 existing windows with new Marvin Ultimate windows for the stipulated materials, and to remove one existing window and replace that window with a new glass door. Staff analysis. At the September business meeting, the commission requested HBO staff conduct a site visit to examine the existing windows. The site visit was conducted yesterday, as we stated before, but it's not in your staff report, the findings, because the staff reports are submitted the Friday before, so I will share those findings now with you. Including a selection of photos from the site visits. Right, yeah, right, but basically what we found is most of the windows in the property were replacements. Not newer replacements, not original though. There's one window on the property that we believe to be an original window, and that is the, I can see it here. I apologize. It's a 2/2 window on the rear, which is this window here. That we believe to be the original window in the original configuration for the house.
I think it's number 10 on the plan that we've labeled them.
Yes. All other windows, including the ones in the dormers here, are older replacements. They are wood, but they're older replacements and they're non-historic, as the conclusion of HBO staff. On the addition, the applicant also proposes to change the size of these two windows here, which are aluminum and likely installed later, because they are not even the same. They're not the same size on the property. I think they're proposing a similar size. They're different sizes and they're different heights in this wall. We did find a COA from the 1980s for the addition, and concluding it was the enclosure of an existing door that was on this elevation. That door remains enclosed, and it was that's what the COA was for the 1980s. It's not scanned.
When was that COA? What was the date you said?
It was the 1980s.
80s. Okay, thank you. I thought you said 30s for a second.
No, we didn't
Okay,
exist in the 30s. And you can see those two kind of misaligned windows right here. So with those findings from the site visit, I have additional photos I can pull up on screen as well. Staff does recommend approval and all clarifications to be submitted to HBO staff. And the condition being that a site finding of the site visit found the windows to be suitable replacement. It is the recommendation of HBO staff that the one original 2/2 window is maintained if it is feasible, as it is in repairable condition. But all the other windows on site are replacement windows. The basis for the staff recommendation is City Code 31611, it is for alteration 1 through 12. 1 through 12, the German Village guidelines for windows 1, 2, and 4, and the 2005 equipments for windows. I can pull up those photos this morning.
Always. Never.
Oh, those are from the other structure.
We'll get there.
You'll look at those on the agenda. So the rest are from the other structure that we got uploaded, but we do have other photos that Show to verify that. These windows, these photos kind of capture those conditions, so.
Anything else to add?
I don't think so.
Just bad. We want new windows.
It was a pleasure having them out yesterday.
Yeah.
My question is going to be just for clarification. Windows 4, 5, and 6. Those are tiny high windows.
Yes, right there.
So you're looking to install normal height windows, or you go back to small still?
We,
Small. Oh, go ahead.
thank you. Similar size, we selected the larger one and we're gonna match. We're gonna reposition the smaller one so that they're at the same height, so that they have the same trim details, so that when somebody lives there, it looks like it's supposed to look from the interior.
I just wanted to make sure you weren't going to be in favor of the downspout that runs along the side of the house. That's a whole other question, what that happened.
No.
Okay. For the commission, any thoughts on window 10, which was the one potentially original window left?
Have you looked at 10?
I think that's
It right there.
This is the.
But
We
sure,
were able to examine it on site.
you weren't?
We were.
And what do you think?
It is likely the original window, and our kind of resident window expert on staff confirmed that it is potentially repairable. And it is the only remaining window on the site. It would be the recommendation of our office to retain the original window.
Yeah.
However, it is obviously has been put to you all to make the final determination.
How about if we remove it and use it in 555 somewhere? Let's take it to the trolley park.
That's not exactly the right philosophy.
Moving historic item out of its historic location to remove historicness of said items. It becomes vintage, not historic.
There you go. Well, we've got one window that is at the rear of the property. If the commission wants us to restore that, we certainly will do what we need to do to make the commission happy. By restoration, though, we're going to pop each one of those panels out, put an insulated panel in.
For the glazing?
For the glazing, right? And then we're going to remove the storm window on the outside, match the new trim that is going to be used for the Marvin windows on the exterior. As we've noted in the application, we removed all the interior trim and saved that and had it stored over in the trolley barn label so that we can put it all back where it's supposed to be.
So that brings up a conversation about trim on the Marvin windows. You want to match the old window trim to the new Marvin window trims. Why not the other way around?
It's a great question. We'd have to look and see what trim is called out on the pre-approved Marvin windows.
Depends what you're buying.
So let's make sure we're using the right language here. We say trim. What are you considering trim? Typically, trim would be the
Casing.
fascia boards around.
Yeah, so if we go, if Nick, if you were to go back to window 10, the photos that, yeah, so, right, yeah, that view right there would be fantastic. So 1, 2, 3, 4 windows, 3 of which will be new Marvin windows, 1 of which will be a restored historic window. What our intention would be is to get that 4th window to match from an exterior perspective as well as we can.
Well, all your trims should match what the guidelines call for.
And what we've done is just selected from the pre-approved list.
That's not. It's about page, it's like 83 or something on the guidelines, talk about casing widths and
78.
78, something, yeah. That's what your trim sizes should be.
And to clarify, the approved window list is for the window itself and not for the material on the trim.
Yeah, because you're not replacing the siding, or that was an earlier application. I can't remember.
Siding on the exterior of the building?
Yeah.
No, ma'am.
There you
Yeah, so page 78 of the guidelines showed an elevation of a traditional 1.5 wood frame house. Shows the top casing, so the piece of wood across the top of the window calls out a 1x5 nominal. Your side casings, 1x4s, then your bottom sill, a 1 to 2 inch, and your bottom casing, 1x4. So it's a very specific size for ratio of casings. These
Or not.
are not.
Well, it's probably unfair to look at that addition because who
Yeah.
knows what was done there,
What
right?
you have here, this window is much more appropriate, especially when you talk about that top casing and extends past the side casings a little
Yeah.
bit. So that's the appropriate profile. We would say typically go with what's in the guidelines unless you have historic evidence of historic, and
Got
then you can match this or go to that if you don't have that expertise.
Got it.
No, we'll match.
Nick, could you switch to the front elevation then? Because that might be able to show us a little bit more about.
Oh, wait,
Bingo.
back down one.
Oh, sorry.
There it is.
That
There you
guy.
go.
You can see how your top casing,
Yep.
it's a little bit proud. Your side, your sill, and then behind this flat with this planter box, you'll have a bottom casing.
Perfect. We can do that.
That's why I asked about your siding. You might run into issues of installing wider siding than, or wider trim than your existing siding would allow.
So
for.
siding is all existing and we have stripped and refinished.
Yeah.
Everything we just measured from it.
Yeah. Take your hands off too.
And patched and repaired.
What page is it? Yeah. 78. 78.
Jeez, they're close.
For commissioners, the other part of the application is the door. I don't know if you're ready to get to that.
Yes. Oh, yeah.
People get to.
Okay, sorry. Technically, there'd be one historic window, two new Marvins, and then one new door.
Right there.
Yeah.
And then as far as light styles, like panes of glass, two pieces on the new windows, specifically on the front facade. If we look at the historic photos in there, you originally had 2/2 on the first floor, 6/6 on the second. You looking to go back to the divided lights, or you looking to go back to 1/1, which are currently? What's your plan for those?
What we're showing right now is just the 1/1.
I think that's all the more reason to keep that rear historic window intact, since it's a 2/2 still, it's still extra historic. To your comment about pulling out the glazing and replacing with insulated glazing. Traditionally, that's been hard, if not impossible to do, because the thickness of traditional insulated glass is too big to get that sealed proper. I have come across new glazing that's out there. It's like a vacuum glazing, which is actually a lot thinner. You can still get that thermal value of it. If your house is not insulated or air sealed, doesn't matter how much insulated you're gonna put in your glass, a single pane or an insulated pane, it's gonna do you no good. But make sure when you select the glass, you're not trying to buy too thick a glass because it won't fit back in the window. A little more expensive for the thin insulated stuff, but it'll get you what you're looking for. And you can also, if you're popping out the sashes to refinish, you can add weather stripping, either bulk stripping, brush stripping, or spring stripping around the jams to get you that air seal you're looking for. And if you apply any kind of exterior store windows to it, store window plus your single pane or insulated, but a storm and a single pane will get you roughly about the installation of it, so the panel window, just a heads up on that. Anything else you need?
Door.
The door.
Door. Which one did we say we're gonna convert to a door number wise?
Right there.
Two. It's one of the later edition windows. Anybody got an issue with it?
As a side light, I have an issue with that.
Issue with sidewalk.
Yeah, it should just be a door.
You should side light on a addition and a rear of the house on grand addition.
You know, it's 40-year contributing addition. I have no problem with the mirror or with glass door.
Is the side light just for aesthetic purposes or is there?
To fill the rough opening.
Yes. If they case it in.
Yeah, then they're gonna have to match siding.
We're trying not
Trim
to
it.
have to tweak the exterior siding.
True. How, do you know how large that existing window is?
It should be on the application.
Buy a door that is that big.
Well, I want to make sure that that's reasonable.
So Nick, down in the Marvin,
Close to the door.
it's got the sizes in there. There we go.
Don't see where the door one is. Yeah.
Do we want the door? 1 minute, please.
It's like, I don't think it's.
Like she or sells cold on the side, like.
Yeah. I mean, it's a.
I put a 1960 side like doors.
Yeah.
in my head.
Yeah, narrow doors.
Found it.
It's gonna make me answer the question. At a rear photo. You got the door coming out. The back of the house, this door's coming out at a higher elevation. You're gonna end up with step pathways being all kind of wonky back there.
Yeah, we'll have to add a step out the unit B that will be similar to what we're doing on the front, on the city park side, because they are at different elevations, because you have to step up 2 steps into the little back porch and then another step to get into
That's
unit
what they-
A.
yeah.
You're coming out of that little tiny corner porch, you're gonna come down a step or two onto the patio, and you're gonna be looking right at the stairs coming off the other one.
Yeah. Yeah, the reason for wanting to add the door back there, and we reference this in the application, is that right now, unit B has no way of access to the basement where hot water heaters are, where electric panels are,
What do you think the second means of egress?
or a second way out.
Yeah.
And then they don't have access to the courtyard back there as well without going through their neighbor's house.
Is there a reason why you're putting door B2 where it's at as opposed to using Windows 7 in the door instead?
I think the main reason was just thinking about the interior layout, like where you would put a bed, where you would put furniture inside.
Figure that's the question, less framing, no side light necessary.
Right.
Do you have the size of that door?
Yeah, unfortunately, I don't have internet connection. I'll email it to Nick later tonight when we get home. Apologies for not leaving that in there. For some reason, they gave it to us in 2 separate submittals.
I think we got in our packet 2 of the same.
Oh,
Like, there were 2 sets of Marvin windows.
so yeah, we may have ended up just grabbing this one.
So,
And it won't even let me, even let me download the PDF right now, guys. I'm sorry.
So I think for purposes, the question is, on the commission, who is in favor of the door and sidelight?
We need to see what it looks like.
Getting concept. Anybody oppose the concept in general?
I'm not opposed to the concept because they're keeping the historic opening, which is what we would want them to do in brick or.
Yeah.
I mean, if it's the right thing, I'm for it.
Yeah.
Whatever.
I mean, I think the option is to split.
Yeah, that's what I'm getting at. For the applicant purposes, if we split this application, we can't really rule on a door that we can't see. If we split this out, make the doors separate, is giving you a vote and or approval on everything else, does that get you further? Or you just want to wait till we get the door to rule on it?
If we can get a vote on the windows, which right now I think are carrying like a 12-week lead time, we can at least get those ordered in hopes of getting them here before the end of the year, maybe. And then we'll resubmit in the next day or two for that rear door.
Do that.
Okay,
Mr. Chairman, on item COA 2500864, 551 City Park Avenue, I move to split it into A, which is replace the 12 existing windows with new Marvin Ultimate windows for submitted materials. And part B, remove one existing window and replace it with a glass door.
is there any question or is there a second for splitting?
Second.
Any questions on the split? All those in favor? Against? Ayes have it, motion passes, they're split.
Mr. Chairman, on item COA 2500864A, replace 12 existing windows with new Marvin Ultimate windows for submitted materials. I move to approve as submitted.
Wait,
The historic.
Oh,
it's 11 replacements.
11 existing windows to replace and restore one window number
10.
10 is indicated on the drawings. Thank you.
Is there a second on that?
Second.
Point of clarification, trim
Inference.
to match page 78 of the guidelines.
Yeah. Or the historic ones on window number 10
Correct. And the front,
in the front windows. Yeah.
1 and 2.
Yep.
And
Thank you.
I think that's everything. Okay, any questions on that? Any further questions on the motion? All right, got clarification. All those in favor? Against? Ayes have it. It passes.
Mr. Chairman, item COA 2500864, 551 City Park Avenue, Part B, I move to continue.
Second.
Question on the motion? Those in favor?
Aye.
Against? Ayes have the motion passes. Apologies for not catching you earlier this week. Otherwise, we would have said something.
No problem. We understand.
Item 8 has been withdrawn. Item 9, COA 2500879, 555 City Park, let the record show different properties, same owner, still sworn in. Nick?
Excuse me, real quick, Nick, before we switched buildings, we had submitted an application for HVAC.
Yes,
Or
that was
551.
the process of the staff approval, so we're gonna follow up with it tomorrow.
Fantastic. Thank you.
Yeah.
I just didn't see that it was what you told me that something was going to be withdrawn because you were going to be able to do it.
That was.
Yes, the one we marked as withdrawn, just to clarify for everyone present and for the recording. The item number 8 was a follow-up submittal on the previous approval. And during our process, we thought it was a new application. So once we went back and realized it had already been approved, we're gonna process it under the original COA that you all already reviewed and approved.
So works.
Are you ready for it?
I'm ready for 9.
We are too.
This is a request for action for an exterior building alteration for garage door openings to install 2 12 feet tall by 9 feet wide garage doors between the existing brick piers. The doors will be installed in the current wall locations to maintain and repair the boarded metal siding and the paint finish and more. To remove the faux vent on the believe City Pearl Street elevation. And then to create a curb cut and a sloping brick sidewalk in the existing herringbone pattern. The following is from the June hearing minutes where the application was heard conceptually. The commission was generally supportive of a more industrial appearance on the west elevation, as the building was constructed to serve as a trolley barn where trolleys would pull in and out. The commission confirmed the applicant could install larger garage doors and preferred that both doors have the same appearance and the same setback. Frosted glass was supported. One consistent curb cut over the length of both openings is preferred, with the commissioners determining a curb cut would be allowable because there is no historic curb and historically there would not have been a curb. The commission suggests the applicant prepare renderings for any door configuration they want considered for the next review, noting submitting many renderings would be allowable. The commission requested interior photos and section drawings, and for that last item is about other items that were discussed at that hearing. In 2022, the commission did approve major alterations to the property, including the installation of 2 garage doors in the west elevation. That design had 2 smaller garage doors that would be custom made wood. It's a blend, but the commission was generally supportive of the glass doors at the last hearing. At the September business meeting, the commission noted that they recommended the offset not be kept in the design and requested the applicant provide reasoning for why the offset was proposed to be kept, noting a symmetrical facade is more likely to be supported than retaining the offset. And we do have those photos because we did step into this building as well during that site visit yesterday. And you can kind of see, I know the applicant has information on, well, that's the one window, but here's that interior view of those sections where you have that header view. Like we're gonna flip through those. The staff does recommend approval with the following conditions. And that condition was recommended to still be, and it was written before the site visit, that the offset is maintained. Or not maintained, and that both doors are on there. I'm sorry. The design is amended to remove the offset and have both doors set on the same plane to ensure the openings are symmetrical on the elevation. After the site visit, we have no recommendation of that commission because the commission would likely need to replace existing headers inside of the interior conditions.
Sure.
The basis for the staff recommendation is 31611, standards for alteration 1 through 12. And that might be it. And our recommendation, our guideline, our code of guideline sections. You can see here, the beam is carried over across the entire front on this plane. And then it's like interior wood framing that you can see here. That's what has created the offset. Because I don't know if there's a good photo here.
That's what we do.
Yeah. So one minute. You can see here, this is the other side where the interior framing, and you can see the beam carries over across the whole side.
Anything else to add?
Extra picture.
Just that's a the.
Yeah, page 5. So that beam, Nick, are you saying the beam is in this wall plane
That's correct.
and it runs
Above this.
all
All
the
the
way
way
across?
Yes, it's a large metal, and I have a better photo here. I can.
Okay. So this setback here is all inboard of that beam. The
Oh, yeah,
support
the
beam
wood frame.
expands the whole thing.
Yes, and it's all wood framing on the interior there.
So moving the wall back
It's not.
would be an issue. Moving that wall forward.
Moving,
Not.
moving the north door back would be an issue with that continuous header that runs across
Yes.
and that large 4-foot pit that's right behind it. Moving the south door forward, moving the south door anywhere other than where it is problematic because there's a gas meter on the outside and the water meter on the inside.
Can you zoom into that picture?
Mhm.
Absolutely too much of a zoom, but
Can you see them?
Shadow. It's hard to see.
Where's the gas meter?
I'm wondering if street gas is better.
You said you.
Yeah, at the beam on the other side there.
Yeah.
That's better. Here you can see the interior above that person door.
I got it.
And I apologize for not getting these uploaded.
Have you, well. So,
So that big beam is over the pad.
The beam carries over across the entire.
But it's aligned with this wall.
It is aligned with the opening. It's aligned with the garage opening here. So it aligns here with this pillar across the entire.
Okay.
So this view is looking north. There you go.
Yeah.
So it carries right here all the way across the same lane.
Okay.
the question we're gonna have, so the gas meter, have they replaced the gas meter yet, or is that still on the original gas meter shown on?
I'm not sure. We haven't had the gas turned on in that building.
So, reason I asked is, what's preventing that inset wall from coming forward really is that gas meter. Gas meter placed is gonna be, someone's gonna hit it going in. So you probably don't wanna put a bollard out there into the public way. Could be an issue. Does it make sense to see if the gas meter can move wholesale as opposed to being an inset, because that cleans all this facade up? To put the door, you take out all that framing of that inset wall essentially anyway for the garage door.
Wait,
Take out all of that, period, all of it.
so on the floor plan, it calls out moving the gas meter.
No. Gas meter can move anyway. There's
Let's
nothing-
zoom in on
Go
that.
to the next sheet, it's
Yeah,
right there.
Probably just
New
wasn't a red line
location
that
for
we caught.
existing gas services, verify new location of GC. Cause I was wondering why you didn't show the gas meter. So go to the, yeah, it's right up at the top.
And right now it's down here.
Right now it's right there.
So to me, the most appropriate thing is to take this wall.
Yeah, it doesn't make sense to put the gas meter up in that alley. Because that's parking
I
for
honestly-
552.
Don't think that beam across the top dictates where the wall goes. You can build that wall anywhere. It's a matter of where the foundation's at. If there is a foundation under this, that's viable. May not be, you may have to put a whole new foundation below cross grade where you want this wall to be. It can go up as high as and brace against that beam laterally. It doesn't have to be underneath that beam.
I agree with you. But questioning whether we need to have those corners shown.
No,
Determined.
we talked about it.
Thought that would be preferred, but whether if it's that option, the added effort of putting in a foundation wall, backfilling.
But my point is, by the time you get these two doors in here, you basically rip that whole freaking wall apart.
The only thing that's staying potentially is maybe some framing over here to the north of
Some in the middle.
the corner.
Yeah.
Of the turn, naturally all stay.
Yeah.
I'm saying, to me, it doesn't seem to be
whole lot left of that double man door wall. If that gets pulled forward to the streets.
Or back.
Original was to pull it back.
Original to push everything back. That's gonna require a bunch of.
I think it's more important that it's all
Original
in the
was
same
to-
plane.
To keep it in the locations that they were.
Yeah.
What we heard the last time we were here was that a couple commission members preferred that it all be in the same plane.
Yes.
And
I
it's
think,
based
what
equally.
Elizabeth
Yeah,
and I
I
are
was
saying
gonna
is
say.
that we would prefer to have the shadow lines, to keep them where they are, because we like the way that that looks and we like the way that that feels. And if we don't have to relocate a gas meter, like our architect put on those drawings for some reason, we don't want to have to do that. And if we don't have to build a new foundation in that pit to support that other door, we would prefer not to.
Yeah.
And there's no doubt that anything is possible.
I don't think
Right.
Columbia Gas is gonna wanna have that gas meter right in that, essentially the drive into that door.
No way.
We're not opposed to putting the bollards in, which we think that we need to put in anyway.
But I'm saying, I think they're gonna require bollards out front of the gas meter. which means
Understood.
You're gonna cut, it's gonna be in the drive itself, in front of the door.
I don't think that it will be.
I think they're gonna want it at least 2 feet in front of them. And that's gonna cut your door by at least 1.5 feet.
They don't want it to be in line with the face, they want it to be out proud of the face.
Yeah.
So you're gonna be in your drive, and the door can become not usable because they're gonna want a bollard to block that gas meter, which is why the architect moved the gas meter. And if it hasn't been changed out, it's probably an old gas meter, in which
I think
case,
it is. I don't think City Park has had the gas meters replaced yet.
so Columbia Gas will probably move that gas meter anyway, without charging you to move the gas meter as part of their meter replacement program. And from an architectural historic standpoint, the discussions we had about saying that this could be garage was that this whole facade was open in the first place.
It's never enclosed.
So going back in there is to have the feel of this is treating the whole opening as one thing and having this offset, the doors not centered. To me, it's not treating it as an opening, it's treating it as there was a wall here and we just want to throw a garage doors into a wall. My initial thought was to push everything back to make it appear more shadowed, as if it's a recession into the facade. But knowing the work that needs to happen to make that happen, I'm okay with pulling that facade forward on the south end, make that flush, you can sound the garage doors. You can give you more square footage in the interior of the building.
And you will still see that brick pier on the
Yeah,
both
left
sides.
You're
side.
still getting it turned.
Yeah, it's just not as pronounced as.
So you won't get
On the
the
man
bigger
door
side
side.
stopping, sure.
And if you pull it out, then you can equally space the doors
Yeah,
in the facade.
I don't know where the pit stops in relation to the center line of that facade. That's just a question. If the pit itself is over, now you have this issue of, is the new garage door spacing gonna be overlapping that pit? We don't have that for you. Here's the exterior. Can you see the photo of where that pit is? Is there a picture that shows the floor?
Hard to tell, can't tell.
it's right
It's
over
the lines
where
of
it
the
recesses, it's that whole.
I'm assuming that,
Yeah.
that the edge is that offset.
Makes sense.
Yeah, we're still not solving a gas meter problem. Because the gas meter can't go on the north side of 551.
That's where the power meter is, so I can have gas meter there.
But then you're cutting into the driveway.
That's off-street parking for
552.
552.
Is it legal off-street parking for 552 then? Where's the property line at? Is it right at the edge of the building?
Yeah, I mean, I think 555 is zero. Zero lot line.
I think your question is gonna need, you have to talk to Columbia Gas about that. Because they're not gonna let that gas meter be in the driveway. If you put a door there and they don't move the gas meter, you basically put a door in for nothing. My 2 cents.
So how does the pit align with the bottom of these doors?
Oh yeah, put in the garage door and fill in that pit on the inside. Pit conversation goes away. I think that goes either way.
We haven't exactly figured out what we're doing with that pit just yet. There's a couple different options of what we think we can do. But the north garage door would need to come down to, if you go back to the outside photos, which I know are not part of Nick's site visit yesterday. There's a crazy little limestone sill on the north window, right? So
The whole wall, actually.
yeah, so that will come down or come away so that both garage doors are essentially at the same grade.
Yeah.
Which,
New apron.
that's exactly right. So we
Yeah.
should be able
Yeah.
to make that work. What I'm not sure is where I think that we're gonna get to during today's conversation is we're probably gonna table this a little bit so that we can get better drawings of where that gas meter needs to go. When we're standing out there measuring where that 9-foot door goes, we, with our contractors, seem to think that there was enough room to put bollards in to protect that gas meter in the current location. So what's probably not being reflected in these drawings is the accurate north to south location of that south garage door so that we can keep that gas meter where it is.
Yeah.
So if we table today, then what we'll resubmit is the architectural drawings with dimensions showing how that 9-foot door can fit in that opening. Because when we're there with tape measures, we can make it work. Here, I understand why you guys are struggling to see how it can work because we've not dimensioned anything.
Your floor plan on page 6 gives us dimensions of 10 inches.
Yeah,
It's about,
which we know is not, we can't do.
it's about the depth of the gas meter.
I know the neighbors. So at the south door, the grade outside is close to the grade inside.
That's correct, yeah.
At the
Yeah, so
north
you can walk
door,
through those man doors and essentially
Yeah.
be like on grade.
but at the north door, it drops behind the wall.
It drops behind the wall,
Yeah.
4 feet down.
4 feet.
But you put in a garage door in there with a 4-foot drop.
We're putting
I'm
a
just
garage,
asking.
yeah, we're putting a garage door in there right now so that we can get that end of the building secured. And then
Something more.
we'll figure out how we're gonna deal with that pit, right? Whether it's a backfill, whether it's a lift. Because we've got a couple different scenarios where we're talking about not necessarily taking up the entire square footage of our trolley barn with garage space, but
Yeah.
rather figuring out how we can get
I
vertical.
mean, would it be worthwhile for you guys to figure some of this stuff out and maybe, as you're saying, continue this for the gas pit, but I'm thinking maybe for some other issues to that you're looking down the future, but make decisions on them now so that you're putting up a final west wall that you won't be modifying in a year because you changed your mind.
There's certainly great value in trying to figure out what it is that you want to do moving forward. What we know that we need is off-street parking. And we know we need 9-foot by 12-foot doors. So it's just trying to figure out left and right how to get those in there with the existing utilities as they are.
It sounds like you're
And
filling the
navigating
pit.
this pit.
Yeah, it sounds like you're filling the pit.
I think for our purposes, if we approve this design, we're approving it based on 2 off-street parking spaces, which gets you code compliant currently.
you can't park two cars, you know, plans don't show for two cars, you're gonna come back for a variance for us. We approve the design, assuming a two-car parking. I'm not gonna recommend a variance because we have allowed the design for two-car parking, but you didn't make interior work. So I think we need to understand what you're planning to do on the interior of these two garage doors before we can take any action on the facade, because they're intertwined. That's my 2 cents. But is anybody else in disagreement on that?
No.
I think where we're at is sounds continuous. Unless you need anything else to add to this. Would you like to continue?
I moved to continue. I moved to table.
No, you don't. Good. Mr. Chairman, on application COA 2500879, 55 City Park Avenue, exterior building alteration, I move to continue.
Okay.
Any question on the motion? All those in favor?
Aye.
Against? I have a motion passes.
Awesome. Thanks, guys.
Thank
Thank
you.
you so much.
See you soon.
Looking forward to it. Moving on to item number 10, COA 2500814-724 Yaker Street. And once you're settled, if you raise your right hand. You swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth.
I do.
And your name?
Steve Graham.
Thank you.
Yes, this is a request for action for landscaping. To replace the concrete driveway with a brick wheel path. To install window boxes on garage and metal trellises on the existing primary structure. To install new concrete steps and to install landscaping plants, bushes and trees per the submitted landscaping plan. Staff analysis, HPO staff note this was placed on the agenda with the trellises being proposed on the primary structure. And then at the September business meeting, the commission requested a cut sheet for the fence gate. A question why the fence was supposed to be installed outside of the property line. Staff does recommend approval with the condition that all landscaping elements are to be within the existing property line. And I believe this should be your most up-to-date site plan on page 1 of your materials packet. If that'll work. I had another member of HPO staff help me update these, so I didn't know for sure, but she said number 1 would be your updated site plan that was submitted after this meeting. The basis for staff recommendation is through rules episode 13, standards for site improvements A. The German Village guidelines for walk sidewalks, driveways, patios, and parking lots, 1 through 5. The German Village guidelines on fences and walls, 2, 3, and 5. And the German Village guidelines on exterior considerations, 1 through 6.
Anything else to add?
No. Just that the trellis on the back is not going into historic material. And of course, window boxes would be drilled into mortar joints, that sort of thing.
Question from the commission?
To see. So I had a question for you. Can you go up to the existing room? Yeah, right here. So you've got these steps that go to a landing and then more steps down to the sidewalk here.
Mm-hmm.
You're taking them all out, up to the proposed. Now you're just doing steps down to here.
Mm-hmm.
There's gonna be a big drop off here.
That's why that wall is there, to retain, and then you just.
What wall? That's my question.
What wall?
What
That-
wall?
That shaded gray area there is the wall.
And
Yes.
how high is that wall? Because you're going up a couple of feet this way and you're gonna need a railing on that, I think.
Yeah.
At least. So I wish we had an elevation of what that looked like.
Yeah, I do too.
Cause it's,
If you go to page 6.
Yeah.
So the top left photo, if the slope grade of the driveway doesn't change, that bottom step would be the same height, bottom elevation is the bottom of that landing slab. So if it's just coming across, that's 1, 2, 3, maybe onto the slopes.
Potentially
Drive there. Yeah.
18 to 24 inches, something like that.
Yeah. And I
I
don't
don't
know.
think it's 24 inches. There's only 2 risers right there.
There's 3.
Where?
You're gonna have,
We're at the bottom of that landing. So we have 2 risers.
You're showing 4.
I'm showing,
You're showing 4.
Which I think is
right, which gets us lower.
1, 2, 3, 4.
Yeah, we're at
Yeah.
the bottom. of
But you
that
still
landing.
got
Right,
all
so
this stuff.
about
And
12
this,
inches.
and whatever that is, and
Right, that's all goes away. It's retained and
We'll get to the retained.
I'm trying to figure out how you're addressing the grade change. That's what.
I just explained it. The wall retains to the side of steps and then the drive slopes up like it is now.
So it comes up around like this?
Correct.
Okay, but how are you handling this in here?
this goes away.
Yeah.
You're gonna have step 1, 2, 3.
And then a 4 back there.
Yeah, so your wall's gonna die into this point right here.
Yeah.
So you have to have a handrail here because of
Yeah.
over. The retaining wall piece, which we'll talk about in a second, they're gonna be no lower, because they're showing 3 steps in plan, they're no lower than this right here. So this goes straight over.
Yep.
You're gonna drop off onto it and they can have their handrail. But they'll be coming off on a little bit of a slope, but that's.
So this grade's gonna go up like that.
So what they're proposing is having a retaining wall out front and then raising that grade up to be this height.
Oh,
But I think the issue we're gonna have, if you can go back to the plan.
I didn't catch that. Okay.
Go back to the plan, the problem we have is you're showing a retaining wall
Not on your property line.
outside the property line in the public way. We can't approve that.
I think there was a retaining wall there before. I guess it doesn't matter if it's gone now.
It's gone.
It's gone. That's, the city has to come back and say you can build a retaining wall in there right away. We can't go for that unless the city says it's okay.
So we would need approval from the city for you guys.
From the city, we're just a commission.
I understand that.
How high is that retaining?
18 to 20.
18, 20 inches.
Okay.
That was when we caught late in our review last time.
So if you scroll back up, so yeah, curving here, okay, I got no problem with that. Planters of the property line, I'm not too concerned about planting. The fence of the property line, we got a letter from the neighbors saying they're okay with it, so I'm fine with that. Keep going up to the top. Curving past, that's landscaping, not to worry about that. This piece back here, I'm not necessarily concerned about raised garden planters, that's probably just gonna be a mobile thing you put down.
That's correct.
Pull it off the application. Okay, put it back later as a whatever, but right now we're saying you can build on a neighbor's property, whether the fence is there or not. Property line shown here, so take that out, not worried about paving. But for us, it's proving the homeowner to build on their neighbor's property. So,
Okay, so take off the property line.
no, just take off the planter.
I'll take off the planter.
Yeah, you can keep the one if you want to show it, if they put a planter in later, it's a mobile thing, that's more furnishing.
Okay.
And my big thing was the steps and that wall out front. So,
You think they have the room for what they're proposing?
For the commission, just to clarify for our notes, is the concern with that front portion only the intrusion into right of way or is there design considerations?
there would be design considerations if it can go on the right of way. Historically, going back to 2007, there was never a retaining wall out front of there. That porch is right up on the property line. There were plantings, bushes and stuff out there in the public way, but not a retaining wall. Retaining wall is a structure. So
That's why our, from HPS staff recommendation, if it had to not include design, if it was only right of way, it would be maybe an approval with like on the condition of confirmation from the right of way team, but if it's design considerations, it also makes it kind of a bit of a suggestion.
My opinion, there was never a wall there, there's no evidence of a wall being there, putting a wall in place there. If we took the right of way conversation out, I'm not sure I'm in favor of it. Because as of now, the grade doesn't require it.
Could I show you a picture?
Sure.
I apologize, I don't have my readers on, but
Yeah, man.
this, not sure what this is, right? Yeah, that's the picture. Some kind of wall.
Does, there's a planting strip out front there. So my question is that? You know when that was taken by any chance?
This last year,
I'm looking at Google Street View, 2014, 2019, 2017, and on back.
I took it out last year, so. That little wall with the tree in it was there last year, I removed it. The actual wall. So when we bought it, picture from when it was purchased.
And real quick, if you just raise your right hand,
Sorry, Simeon Saunders and.
just wait till you look at the truth.
Oh, it's not
It's in line with the
in
porch.
line with the porch though.
There it is.
Do you
So
wanna see this, Dad?
Yeah, that's,
That's
you.
right. Thank you.
So putting,
that explains the grade difference. Yeah, that was reasonable.
putting something like that in where it's in line with the face of the porch and returning it, that's not an issue. Because there was a wall there, a planting wall there. But to pull an entire wall out, create a raised bed across the sidewalk on the public way, so
unless we get City of Columbus to,
if you get some improvement, we gotta talk about materials, we gotta talk about height and everything.
what are gonna be the reservations or opinions on the
Typically,
materials?
typically walls out in front of property, we approve for grade change requirements. In this case, there's really not a grade change requirement because it's public way.
Porch.
It's a porch, so it's hard to get to adding a wall there for no grade change purpose. It's just purely decorative.
What about the grade change at the side of the steps?
But right now, yeah, concrete foundation wall and the concrete, you have driveway. How you make that side of the driveway work if it's a planter like that in line with the porch. But right now you're creating that condition. You have to tell us how you want to deal with it. Right now, it's the sidewalk, the stairs are providing that retaining.
Right. So if using the proposed design, if we were to come back with a planter idea that's on the property,
Probably not
that would be acceptable.
acceptable. Any other comments that was presented? And then looking at the left of the property, I don't think any retaining wall is necessary because you're just maintaining the grade. So I got another question. So we have a photo in the packet of that drive. So the very northwest corner. Yeah, so you go to the photo page, page 6, top left corner. The very bottom right of the top left picture. There is a iron fence, historic iron fence right there against the side of the driveway. And your plan on page 1 is adding a flare to the driveway. That flare extending to where that iron fence currently is? Or is it bypassing that fence post?
We see that. You can see the fence, existing fence in the plan there. You can see that we're probably about the same distance as the original concrete or further away.
Okay.
Looks like it's just granite.
Yeah, page 2. So right now, so the new driveway is actually shifting.
We're straightening it up a little bit. Right now, it's at a pretty wonky angle, so
Understood.
doing some straightening there.
And then for clarification, you're not proposing any change to the curb cut?
No, nope. No better than that.
Just wanted to clarify. Okay. Any other questions, clarifications? And are you good with proposed if we have a planter or say approval or whatever review in the corner, provide retaining?
Yeah, I mean, I think it's just a matter of a wall. I was replacing the one that you took out or something similar. Aaron, what do you?
Well, looking at this thing, is the door on the front facade used
The
for
door,
entry? I kind of wonder if, I mean, the stairs look like they're problematic where they're placed.
the existing stairs,
Yeah.
I mean, that's why we're proposing to clean that up and get rid of those. I'm not sure I
They're
understand.
so, well, they're so close to the property line that it makes that whole retaining issue difficult. I mean, you could do stairs with a sheet wall. Couldn't you? And then, I mean, that whole driveway has a hump in it.
Yeah, that's gonna get corrected a little bit when the construction happens.
I mean, I think keeping the stairs where they're at is probably the best solution.
I just see us moving them and
Yeah.
modifying the railing.
Yeah, I don't want.
We were very particular about that railing staying as a historic element.
What, would it be weird if the wall, it was a cheek wall that came out and you actually accessed, instead of you accessed on the other side of that landing to the stairs?
The window too.
Yeah, but you're pretty much at grade there.
They're ripping up the whole thing. That
Yeah.
landing's not staying.
Yeah, is there,
So they're coming out like directly that way.
wouldn't just an iron railing solve the issue?
Hurricane or yeah.
Maybe a simple handrail, and we've been down this path with others. Staff can help you with that, but simple, don't be able to let that go to it.
There's room to add the additional treads without the whole wall issue. Right here, you just have more treads up to the porch. And you can keep this grade at the sidewalk as it exists. Seems to me.
I'm what you're saying.
Yeah.
Well,
She's saying that the entry drive is so steep or like
Yeah.
comes up.
Because you're talking about, I mean, this grade right here is grade at the sidewalk. You've got that much space. If you just continue these stairs down and have, you know, like a cheek wall on the side of the stairs, it seems like it could.
It seems like we're gonna be below grade at the top of the step, like at the opposite of the sidewalk area, right? So I think the concrete amplifies what we're actually seeing there, and it can be corrected. So the tread, the bottom tread on the steps will get higher as it approaches the sidewalk. But if we add another tread, I feel like we're gonna be below grade on that high side. Then we're starting to cause a lot of additional regrading and things.
Yeah, so right now, this is the height of, so there's 3 treads, 1, 2, 3. That's your height just back here.
Mhm.
If you add one more, you're down here at that elevation. So the driver would have to come down a lot more to get this elevation up here.
Yeah.
And I think you're trying to come down on the slope. It's a lose-lose either way.
Yeah.
I think 3 was proposed. I think proposed is going to work out better getting up there because they can, because the driveway's here and they're kind of extending the driveway a bit, but not extending it back here. They're
Well, I
going to be
think
able to
that's-
slope that to get.
That might be a little bit of a problem. I just don't see how a planter is going to fit in that space.
It's basically going to be, go back to the plan. Basically taking this corner,
Yeah.
extending it out, making a trapezoidal shape become planter. That's what was there before.
You'd be little. Yeah.
And you're really only going to see that space. It only needs to be the height of the base of the first step. So it's going to be 2 steps tall, essentially. It's not going to have, it doesn't have to be a full height of the porch. Just got to retain that bit of driveway.
It's an awkward situation. No matter how you look at it.
You see this little wall, but there's somewhere. Like that street, down the street, it's a couple of them.
You're gonna have such a sliver of dirt in there. It's almost like it, do you just make it solid and put a cap or something? And put a. That's the issue I'm having with it is how it.
Me, I said it's just with a stone and a concrete curb at the edge of the driveway and retaining it. They want to encapsulate it, planter it. To get this moving. I don't think we have any issue with anything else in the application. Unless anybody has any questions or comments.
You know, just that resolution, that piece seems to be.
So I think what we're looking for is to remove the one garden planter showed across the property. You submit your final drawings. Remove the retaining wall out across in the public way. So this corner piece here,
Unless we get approval, correct?
unless you get approval, then you gotta come back to us to talk about the design of the height, material and everything else.
So can we talk about that now? So we know?
Talk about it now. Is anybody in favor of putting a wall at that location if they get approval from the city to be in the right of way?
I'd have to understand why.
Why? To retain along the driveway and the steps. We were just discussing that.
Don't need a wall the whole width of the front property to do that.
We don't. But we were just talking about a little sliver of a thing to address, and nobody likes that either, so.
I'm not, yeah.
What if the steps ran,
Came out to here.
yeah, and you just had a cheek, you know, you
Yeah.
need a cheek wall or.
This side of the steps is bring the steps out to the property line, put a cheap wall there.
You like the way that would look?
Better than
Well, it's-
lots of little pieces, yeah.
An extension of the shape of the floor.
Yeah. I don't think it would look odd.
You're gonna get more usable landscaping material. You don't have that wall.
I understand.
I would follow the edge of the porch.
So the steps would have an angle to them?
Yeah.
And you don't even need to. You don't need that curve anymore. Cause one, your curve cuts all the way over here.
Yeah.
So that can just stay straight.
And
That's just a-
architecturally, if you're doing this and you feel like you want to extend this up here so that it's balanced on these, so be it. A little wider than, steps being a little wider than this opening is absolutely, you see it all the time.
So what I'm hearing is the wall, even if we got approval from the city, is not your guys' favorite idea.
I don't think it's appropriate in that location.
So it would be turned down. Okay,
Probably.
all right.
So the options are, you can amend the application here at the table with steps. We could split the application to put the steps on their own, continue that steps, that little piece of the property and do everything else. Or we can continue everything and then deal with it next year.
I don't think we need to continue everything.
Sure.
You want to go with the steps that they're proposing?
Just like struggling to work out, maybe an angle, maybe.
Yeah.
I need to, you know.
So just do a continuation on the steps in that area right there at the front?
I would recommend you take some time to
Yeah.
figure it out, because there's gonna be some shifting elevations and stuff. Your front riser may get taller, but it'd be okay, but you gotta figure it out.
Okay, so I think,
My recommendation, you guys, is split it,
yeah,
split and leave the steps as a part to be continued and go with the rest of it.
yep.
All right. Cool. Mr. Chairman, on item COA 2500815-724 Jaeger Street, I need to split it into two parts. Part A being we'll make part A the steps, which is the front steps and the resolution of that to the driveway and the existing front sidewalk grade. And part B is everything else.
Any questions on the split?
Nope.
Is there a second for the split?
Second.
Any questions on the motion? All those in favor?
Aye.
Against? Ayes have it, motion passes.
Mr. Chairman, on item COA 2500814A, 724 Jaeger Street, which is the front steps and the resolution that's assigned to the driveway and the front sidewalk, I move to continue.
Second.
Any questions on the motion? All those in favor? Yes. Ayes have it, motion passes.
Mr. Chairman, on Part B, which is the remainder of the application, I move to approve as amended with the deletion of the furnishing, raised planters in the back. Is that it?
And the note, and the clarification that we are not expressly approving any plantings on neighbor's property.
And we're not approving any planting other than neighbor's property. And that does not include the front wall, et cetera. On the west side of that porch.
Wall's not part of this.
Not part of this application, it's removed by the applicant.
Plantings on neighbor's property. The fence extending it is included because we have a letter.
Yeah.
And that's it.
Second?
Second, any other questions on the motion? All those in favor? Yes, ayes have it, motion passes. All right,
Thank you.
thank you. Moving on to item number 11, COA 2500725574 City Park. Settle, if you raise your right hand, you swear to tell the truth, whole truth, and the truth.
I do.
And your name?
David Schroyer.
Thank you.
Yes, I'm gonna zoom out briefly on this because it is very. Great zoom there. I can get you a photo or something to look at. This is a request for action for an exterior building alteration. This alterations include to dismantle and rebuild 80% of the west elevation facade, to replace 2 sandstone lintels, and to replace all windows in the front elevation. Your agenda and item say Anderson aluminum clad. That has been clarified by the applicant to be the Geldman sightline from the approved window list, is the window that is just the replacement. And we have that clarified. It just didn't make it into your reports here. Staff analysis at the September business meeting, the commission requested the applicant provide detail on what the intention of the window trim and surround when the brick wall is relaid, and asked what type of mortar is proposed. The commission also requested a photo of the decorative element between the first and second floor, which I can show you here.
Fire insurance? Yep.
And we, HBO staff did conduct a site visit to examine the windows proposed for replacement. The 6 windows on the first and second floor appear to be older replacements, but they are not the original window. They're concluded to not be the original windows of the property. The 2 windows on the 3rd floor attic space do have, appear to be older than the windows on the lower floors, and they also have a different interior profile than the lower floors. However, those windows showed extensive deterioration on the exterior, which I think I can show. And we also know all of the windows on the lower 2 floors have been damaged by the kind of deterioration on the facade. So it is HBO staff's recommendation that all 8 windows can be approved for replacement. You can kind of see those upper windows here in 3A. The applicant at the time proposed a window, but now they have clarified it will be the Geldman sightline. So staff does recommend approval, with all clarifications to be submitted to staff, with the following condition, and that condition being that we receive the specification sheet for the replacement window for the Geldman sightline. We will add, the applicant also clarified a few of those other requested details for the commission. Concerning the wood trim around the windows, whatever the direction is of the commission is their proposal. And then the decorative metal piece we put back on the wall, and that image was provided. And the mortar will be 3.5 natural hydraulic lime, 1 part lime, and 2.5 parts mason sand. So with that in mind, our recommendation is approval, as we said. The basis for that recommendation is 31611, standing for alteration 1 through 12, and the German Village guidelines on windows 1, 2, and 4.
Anything else to add?
There you go. No.
Questions, comments from the commission?
Nick, the windows are in there. Is it just the sashes were replaced, or was it all, you think the whole window?
We do think the whole window is replaced on the lower 4, or lower 6, I should say.
Okay. My opinion is just that the replacement windows, the brick mold should have the same profile. Probably is what's there. The other commissioners agree. And be in the same position in the masonry opening.
I will make one note. If you look at page 18 of the application, window 2A. If you zoom in on that window 2A on one of the corners, I think what they've done over time is they've added that corner around to fill in the gap.
Yeah.
If you look at window,
There's other ones with that piece.
you know, if you look at 3A, which should be page 22, 3A is the more historically appropriate trim detail where it's square brick mold
Yeah.
up with the brick. That's what should go back in terms of brick mold, not the rounded, half round decorative pieces.
And the width of the brick, or the width of the window should be from inside brick to inside brick, and then the trim is outside of that, going up inside the,
So we have,
I'm gonna make sure I got there.
you got the brick, this piece here that goes around it. That's your brick mold. And then you have your sash inside. So this is the piece, we want to make sure we're going back. This dimension of that brick mold isn't too thick. And we don't want to have a little half round decorative piece between the brick and that, this piece here.
The window itself goes out to the edges of the borders right up against the brick, and then the molding goes on top of that along the window.
I didn't see any details on this.
Yeah,
Okay.
and typically you've got at least a 1/4 inch gap. Right?
Yeah.
On the jambs and a half inch on the edge. Just to, because you got a square window, probably a non-square masonry opening.
Well, when Rich is gonna do it, it's gonna be square. Yeah.
It's simple. It's just a transition.
Well, it's true, you're rebuilding the wall, I agree.
It's just a transition.
Yeah, sorry, I didn't mean to apply.
Yeah. It's a transition.
It's a transition piece that covers up that.
Yeah, it's not, it's.
That's what we're looking for, yeah.
I'll make it square.
Yeah, me too.
Any questions or requests?
I could probably just measure the height of where the decorative element is and try and match general location of it.
Yep.
We will put it exactly where it's.
Excellent. Mr. Chairman, on item COA 2500725, 574 City Park Avenue, I move to approve the submit with a clarification on the brick mold being a square, that flat based trim similar to window 3B. The furniture flat goes exactly in the same locations.
Along with house numbers,
Customers and other stuff,
other
appurtenances.
opportunities to go back.
Second.
Any other questions on the motion? All those in favor?
Aye.
Against? Ayes have it, motion passes.
All right,
Good luck.
thank you.
If the contractor is getting into this and any unforeseen circumstances happen, contact HPO. Don't just make crazy field decisions.
Okay.
Check with
Can I
HPO.
get your card? You have a card?
I have a card, but you have my
Email.
from the email you sent me today, so,
Yeah, thank you.
thank you.
All right, moving on to page 12, COA 2500870, 143 East Livingston. Once you're settled, you raise your right hand. You swear to tell the truth, whole truth, and the truth.
I do.
Your name?
Phil Burke.
Thank you very much. Nick? When you're ready.
This is a request for action for an exterior building alteration to install 3 fixed windows with original openings. The proposed windows are fixed with original openings if there have been a full-size double hung window on the rest of that elevation. At the September business meeting, the commission requested detail as to why the smaller window is proposed rather than the window that would fit within the original opening. And requested confirmation that proposed windows are all the same width as the original opening. The applicant provided that the window size was driven by additional security concerns with residential tenants sharing. This will allow lighting living spaces, but also takes into account privacy and security given their location. The applicant confirmed the opening will be 36 inches wide, which was the original opening width, with the window. That is an interesting typo there, but the window will be 30 inches wide to match the existing conditions for other windows. Staff does recommend approval in the following condition, and that condition being that the window is actually restored to the original opening. The basic staff recommendation is City Code 1611 stands for alteration 1 through 12, and the Dearborn Village guidelines for windows 1, 2, and 4, and the 2005 amendments.
Anything else to add?
This is one clarification. We were proposing an awning window, but could certainly go to fix if that was more applicable. The idea of awning just gets some cross ventilation into the house. And then just to continue on the idea that the openings were double hung and there's the ones above them, and you kind of see in the infill photos of that wall, which are at the bottom maybe. Those so you kind of see where the lintels were. The idea was that we were maintaining the width, but going to a taller window style, which is not uncommon on alleys in the neighborhood. So we have some example photos. Sorry, Nick, if you have to drive around here. There are similar, these sorts of windows here, that more landscape proportion that happen on the alley side. And both of these are within a block or two of this property.
Questions, comments from the commission?
So I'm guessing those two were added later. I agree with HBO. I think the masonry openings need to be restored. I'm not sure the window has to be the full height of it, but some other alternate material panel in the bottom part with your shorter window in the top.
So you'd put the stone sill at the proper height.
Yeah.
Fixed window above and an infill panel.
Yeah,
to match.
that's kind of my opinion.
I would agree with that.
I think my biggest hang up was the new sill not being where the infield is.
Yeah.
If, it's a question for the commission, but doing an infill panel on the bottom portion, should the glazed portion be the size of a traditional upper sash of a double hung? Or should this be, just take the size that's proposed?
I think being reasonable is take the size that's being proposed. We're getting the masonry openings back and restored, which we would have. If they come and asked us to fill them before, we would have come up with this solution.
Sure.
So I think it's reasonable to go with that, or get the masonry openings restored. And some kind of panel.
Is the panel to be flush with the brick face? Or
No.
Gonna be inside?
Setback.
And I assume that to match the metal kind of brick mold profile that we're proposing. There's a metal wrap that the representative was recommending. We put the spec in there somewhere. So it's, that. So that was their best window line and best casing profile to match the proportions are that the other replacement windows have used. So we would just match that metal color, I assume.
So should the panel be set back to the face of the brick mold? Or should the panel be set back to the face of the finish? So I guess my question, is the intent of this thing going to be a brick mold panel set back? Or is it just a panel that's going to be at the surface of the brick mold as if you kind of cover up? I don't.
I don't think so. Yeah.
Setback.
Yeah.
So brick opening, setback to the brick mold, setback to the panel.
Yeah, and the new windowsill will hang out over that panel.
Good.
I'll go with that. Yep.
Okay. Make sure you're crystal. We can end up with.
No, yeah, I think the shadow line is better than having the panel flush with the brick mold anyway. So I'm aligned with that. Or not aligned with that, I guess. No pun.
Like the pun. And I would say just as clarification, the header and the sizzle, stone header, stone sills should be the same width as existing above to get
To match material.
Okay.
Material and color. All set?
Works for me.
Mr. Chairman, item COA 2500870-243 East Livingston Avenue, I move to approve as amended by the applicant that the masonry openings will be restored with existing limestones, why don't we just say stone sills and lintels to match the existing in material, profile, and size. The proposed window size is to be approved, and the area below the window that is in that masonry opening will be a matching metal panel to the window frame material. At the plane of the window frame would be.
There's a second?
Second.
Any questions on the motion? All those in favor?
Aye.
Against? I say that motion passes.
Thank you.
Thanks.
And if you start up in the wall, you find anything funny or crazy?
I'll make the mason knows. Thank you.
On to item 13, COA 2500859 191 Jackson Street.
Hello.
Hello, Mr. Settle, if you'll raise your right hand. You swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and the truth.
I do.
In your name?
Michelle Bird.
Thank you. Nick?
This application is a request for action for exterior building alteration, landscaping, and demolition. And the demolition of the deck, to clarify, it's demolish the existing rear deck to construct 2 mini deck stairs out of wood for cement documentation. Convert the existing window on the west elevation into a door. Noted the existing windows have been removed and stored on site currently. To remove the existing fence and replace with a picket fence that would be 34 inches in height. And to re-landscape area to include new paver plantings for the submitted documentation. This application was reviewed conceptually at the June hearing. The commissioner comments, the commission requested a complete proposed drawing of the entire fence line to understand the proposed transition. Will there be parking in the rear yard, and what will the parking area be? And most commissioners supported smaller decks, but expressed concern over the size of the top step. Currently appears to be a tall drop off close to a door opening on those 2 decks. Staff recommends the commission continue the application to allow time for the applicant to revise the design. With the basis for the recommendation being 31613, standards for site improvements. A and B, the German Village guidelines on walks, sidewalks, driveways, patios, and parking lots, page 125. 1 through 5, the German Village guidelines on fences and walls, 2, 3, 5, and 7. The German Village guidelines on entrances and doors, 1 through 9, and the German Village guidelines on windows, 6.
Anything else to add?
Do you have the pictures? Oh, yeah, we go. Yeah. So I think there was also questions about which way the door would sweep. And so it's an exterior door, so we propose it would sweep in. From the left to the right, I don't know if that's needed to be known. The other question, I think there was a question about why we didn't have show rails on the proposed new stairs. And we were just trying to go off of the existing design and just make it much smaller. But we would do whatever is sort of deemed appropriate. Yeah.
Questions, comments, or questions?
Did we not, the addition was contributing?
Let me pull up the sample. There was no final determination by the commission at the last review, but I can pull up the sample. Might help if it were in.
Didn't say.
Not quite in your boundaries.
Here is your, this is the 1960s Anwar map here, and 191 the structure. Is that it? Yes. It looks like this area was enclosed as based on the sand. But that would, I don't know. But now I see it.
Back to Sandboard real quick. Yeah, that looks like there was an addition, porch off to the side. What's there now is the full width of that primary structure, so it looks like it was enclosed, which means the roof was redone at some point, or was all torn down and replaced.
So you're saying the addition that we're looking at is,
You were.
you are the one shown there.
Yeah,
Well,
they-
we were gonna.
Either they tore all this, either they infilled this porch and then just changed the roof pitch
Okay.
to set centered now, or they took this whole thing down and put a new addition in the same footprint. So I think either way, this wall is not original. The wall probably stopped here somewhere. And maybe did the roof.
Okay.
Based on how the kitchen is laid out now, I think you're correct about that. Yeah, there's a interesting design choices on the inside.
There's this, yeah, that wall there, that was probably the original wall. And then they added it to it.
They need their porch too.
There were no COAs on the file in relation to any addition.
I guess it's just done.
It's, especially with it being.
There's a west addition on this.
Not for this edition, I don't know if there's one for.
Oh, okay. But there, okay, when you said no COAs at all.
Oh, I just been in relation to
Okay,
this specific
gotcha.
area of the property.
Okay, gotcha.
There are COAs in the file.
Yes, because there's no addition out to the west of it.
No, just on that one.
Okay, gotcha, thanks.
There was a COA for that west edition. Said,
I just, there was no COAs related to like this section.
right, this
But the
1.5
one-
story, were they showing that filled in at that point in time? Assuming they were.
I can't say for certain because I didn't pull up these additional COAs. I didn't open them to look at the plans.
I think either way, to me, the evidence is showing that west wall is not original, that they're trying to put building to.
On this edition.
On this edition.
Okay, gotcha.
A question we had, looking at this previously, if you look at you look at the door on the rears, look at best picture shows. It's page 1. So the head height of the door on the rear. It's essentially at the level of that one row of shingle siding. Follow that row around to the side. Looks like it's under the eave.
Correct, yes.
Is the new door gonna be head tucked up into that eave gutter?
No, like it'll, like will we be able to sweep past the eave?
Well, you're
Yeah.
swinging.
Yeah, we're sweeping, yeah.
So you're not gonna engage the eave, but
Yeah.
is the head door gonna be up in that portion under the eave? So that's.
Oh, I see, partly, if the wind were, if the rain were to fall or whatever.
And if you put a storm door on that side.
Right.
That back into the overhang.
Yes.
Yeah.
Let me consult.
Sure.
Is it gonna, I don't think if we put a storm door there, it's not gonna hit, right? Yeah. Yeah, it's hard to tell from the photo, but I think we have enough clearance. Yeah.
What's the ceiling height in that addition? You know?
At that point, I can look it up for you.
Yeah, that's all right. I'm guessing that whether it's rafters or trusses, it's just clearing the top of that back door. The sill plate in that wall is just clearing the back door, which would be the same with the sill plate going down along the side. So you may be able to get a 6 to 8 foot door underneath it. You're not gonna get a storm door on the outside, and that may be fine.
Yeah.
That's your call. We're just kind of raising the issue up.
Yeah.
But I think it'll work.
Yeah. Well, I mean, our main objective there, or my main objective there, is to get access to kind of that little courtyard area there.
Yeah.
And then, basically we need to redo the kitchen, and so I kind of need to know, well, if we have this door over here, we have a certain design for the kitchen. If we don't have that door, we go a different direction.
Yeah.
So that's.
Yeah, no, this is from experience.
Yes.
I have a 60s addition on the back of my house that has a 7-foot ceiling in it. Everything just clears the sill plate of the walls. The doors literally go to the ceiling.
Oh, yeah.
With 2 inches of trim. So
Yeah, I think we have a little bit more room, because like on the window, we had trim
Yeah,
above it.
okay, we're just,
Yeah. But then you did make me think about, like, if we were, say we couldn't do a storm door, it's okay because when you walk in, there's another door there. So it
Okay.
basically acts like a mudroom.
yeah, we're just,
From a homeowner's perspective, I'm looking at, you're proposing a old wood door. And if there's not a storm door to protect the exterior of that door, this door might not be, it looks like an interior door. It might not be built to withstand exposure to the elements, especially in an area that's not gonna be well dried potentially. So I just wanna make sure that the door you're selecting in that location, you can't put a storm door over it, it's not gonna be good for you long term.
it's very, very 1930s, 40s exterior back door.
Okay.
Yeah, we got
With,
that from the
Salvage.
Architecture.
Yeah.
architecture salvage. Yeah, those guys are great.
Right, the other question I have is, do you need handrails or code?
Clears.
Yeah. Photographic evidence, it clears, yeah. Oh, sorry, do we need handrails?
Yeah, so if we go on to page 7. You're coming out the door and you essentially have what's equivalent to 3 steps down.
Yeah.
More than 3 steps down, is
Yeah.
the minimum is,
Door.
well, and it's a 9, an 8, and an 8 rise,
Probably gonna need to put up a handrail of some sort.
Right.
both of those.
I'm not too concerned about it because it's back kind of tucked in the corner in the rear, so you're not really gonna see it from the front way. But we need to see a way to identify what that ground to be before you start it.
Okay.
That could probably go, simple rails, go to staff, not a big deal. Those are my 2 questions, just with typically with having the door swing specifically on the side wall. It's on page 7. The door is gonna swing this way. Traditionally, not always, the door handle would be on the opposite side of where the railing is. So flip and swung that way. It's your door. Anyone's thought it's your deal,
Yeah.
but typically having a railing right here on the door handle side
A
may
little bit
feel awkward
awkward,
in
yeah.
practice.
Yeah, because you're trying to carry groceries or something like that, yeah.
That should just be. My contracting notes that.
I would suggest you try to get those stairs equal heights if you can. You've got 2 8s and a 9.
Yeah.
And then I don't know, your 5-inch drop outside your door, if that could be altered or if that's lining up with anything.
The south door.
The
The proposed deck.
proposed one,
Page 9, well,
But that's.
there it's the same.
oh, it's page 9.
Yeah, of course, yeah.
Oh, that 5-inch, that's, I'm just showing the trim, that's the size of the trim.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, you've got 9/8.
So if this is considered a means of egress by the building department, your stairs have to be the risers have to be pretty much the same height.
Okay,
I think a 1/8 inch or 1/4 inch deviation
okay, yeah, we can handle that, yeah.
is an eighth. Okay.
But they don't count the door threshold as a step, do they?
Yes, they do.
There's also, are they maximum of 8?
Next one, 7.
Are these considered steps? If you run to tread with,
I don't think it can be any more than what the riser is, it can be less.
but the size of these,
But they've got 20 inches in between one step to the other, and then
will they consider them stairs?
are these stairs?
And apply code, or would this be considered not stairs because you have such a long platform?
I don't know, that's a good question.
I think that we push this to building
Oh, yeah, it's not for us to.
to get sign off on it before we can approve it.
I mean, if assuming building department is okay, code is okay with what's proposed, are you all okay with what's proposed?
But take the riser issue and everything off. Are you okay with the design?
Yeah.
If you're okay with the design, which I think we are,
Yes.
you can deal with the building department and what the risers are.
And the potential railing.
Yeah, that stuff.
Mhm. And then just loop back regarding what the railing choice would be.
Yeah, just, and you may get staff approval on that. Just tweak it, make it right.
If the code requires you to tweak heights and it's not changing the overall design,
Yeah,
staff can
Yeah.
approve it.
excellent, excellent.
And then we put the fence back.
Fence is gone, isn't it?
Fence is gone, yeah.
It's remove a fence and replace with a picket fence.
Oh, so I was trying to, because we haven't really figured out what we want to do with that picket fence. So I was thinking, leave that for another day, because I would really just need to get a decision on the door.
That's fine.
Yeah.
That looks for two.
So demo rear deck, good. Mini decks, fine. Front window with a door, fine.
Is there an issue with gravel parking?
Code does not allow gravel for parking. It needs to be a solid surface.
Oh, I see.
I thought that was existing.
If you have existing, your grandfather, but if you are adding anything new,
We're, I'm not sure I understand, we're not adding any parking.
yeah, you're not
Yeah.
touching the parking area, so.
Yeah.
And Commissioner Courtney and Commissioner, if you're down there, you got any
Yeah.
questions on the
Trees?
landscaping? I like fruit trees. If there are no concerns, no motion.
No, Mr. Chairman, on COH 500-859-191 Jackson Street, I move to approve the submitted.
With Jack, on some.
As required by code.
Does that include the removal of the fence part that she removed?
Yeah. Yeah, because I didn't find it in the drawing, so I assumed it was.
We still have on the agenda.
Okay, gotcha. So, yeah, the fence is out.
I do have one more question. So the agenda mentions new plantings and pavers. If you go back to page 4, Assuming the pavers is that portion down here,
Like,
or are you including up under the deck, whole deck as well?
yeah, currently there's no pavers under the deck, but we want to make it, instead of having kind of a weird L shape, we want to fill in with whatever.
Whole area.
Yeah.
Okay, so all that dashed line area is gonna become pavers,
Okay.
brick pavers to match the brick that are there, or are you proposing a different type of paver?
Oh, there's extra pavers, extra brick on the property, and we're proposing to use those just to make it look symmetrical.
Sure.
Yeah.
So wanted to clarify.
Yeah.
Cool. All right, so we have a motion?
Yep.
Second,
Second.
any other questions on the motion? All those in favor?
Aye.
Against? Ayes have it, motion passes.
All right.
Thank you very much.
Thanks for your time.
Moving on to item number 14, COA 2500919 South 4th Street. Once you're settled, raise your right hand. Swear to tell the truth, whole truth, and the truth.
Yes, I did.
Okay.
Mukhtar Road.
Yes, this is a report for action for an exterior building alteration on garage height addition. To increase the total garage height by converting an existing attic non-habitable space into a habitable space in the second floor. To add new window consolidation within the Jelpin sightline. And it's a good design there. The garage itself is relatively unique for German Village in that it's a historic pre-1960s construction garage that is attached to the primary structure. The 1960s Sanborn maps and a 1967 COA for the alteration to the garage are in here. The application was previously reviewed conceptually at the August hearing. Commissioner comments. The commission concluded the garage does appear to be historic, but we're not opposed to a second floor addition of some kind to allow for more usable space above the garage. The city code and Durham Village guidelines on addition should be considered with the next design. Commission emphasized the addition should be differentiated in some way from the original garage and roof. Some suggested including a second floor vertical addition with a flat roof to be placed within the existing roof and retain the mansard appearance on the existing sections, and more horizontal windows placed on the sections that clearly show it's modern. A different trim type would not differentiate the design enough. I don't have your listening feedback, but the direction of the business meeting was if there were any variances required. I know the owner applicant did reach out to PCS, and I'll let them fill in because we were CC'd on the email that came in this afternoon, so I didn't have a chance to look into the details there.
Sure.
This is staff recommends the commission continue the application. The basis of the recommendation is 01611 standards for alteration 1 through 12, and the German Village guidelines and additions 1 through 4.
Anything else to add?
Just one minor correction. It's 544 South 43.
Oh, I did notice that. It's correct on your staff report, but the agenda has the number incorrect, but yes.
Okay.
Thanks. Yeah, and we contacted the residential zoning office and no variances needed.
I believe, when I was reading it, it's related to it gets attached, and that's why.
It's a pre-attached or.
Yeah.
Got it. Cool. Questions, comments from the commission?
Well, I like it. It's, you got a whole total different, it's a one of a kind, come up with a solution for it. I think the only thing from a constructability point of view that you're gonna need to talk to your engineer about, which may change this design a little bit, is there's nothing that shows the flashing here. And you're gonna need some kind of detail here of how the flashing is gonna be over the top of your shingles and up behind here. So you may need a trim board or something wrapping around there. Other architects?
I think it's just a trim board, just show that.
Yeah, that's what I think it is. That
Good.
Okay.
I have two.
Senior contractor, yeah.
Yeah, sorry.
Three details that I'm looking at. So the first one, I'm assuming that this back portion back here, that this side matches kind of this slope. I would ask So you have, we'll call this the block piece, the block piece you're putting on top.
Mhm.
This top corner of the block piece should line up to whatever that top point of the slope is on this side. I'm not sure if it is or not. I don't see a
I see.
section.
Yeah.
Does that make sense?
Yeah.
So this wall needs to push back at all to align to that top corner corresponding. If that needs to push, I would bring this side in equal, so it's symmetric on both sides.
Okay.
What that does, I think, is if you kind of follow that setback all around, that gives you opportunity to put some flashing in.
Yeah.
And if you can go back to the photos of the existing garage. Yep, that could allow you to incorporate that flashing
Mhm.
with that cap that's there. So you keep that detail overhanging.
Mhm.
That piece kind of goes up under the new siding and you get that nice waterproof detail.
So you're saying that's just sort of like a sill for the whole.
Exactly.
Yep.
And that way you keep this detail, so you still have the original, everything that was there. You can recreate that obviously, but then that setback gives you the ability to do all that flashing up there. I think that's the key piece. And the other question I had, if you go back to the plans elevation, your window detail still says windows to match existing.
No, these are transom windows that will not match the existing.
Okay, so that just needs to get cleaned up there. That note just needs to be cleaned up. And then if you scroll down a page, another page, there was a window cut, I think. So that needs to come out and the proper window piece needs to go into staff.
Yeah.
Is it going to be for transom, is it going to be a hopper or what's the other one? Awning window or hopper window? Is it going to open up out, in, or is it fixed?
The Marvin transom, the way, I mean, I'm not the expert, but it was the awning windows that opened up.
So it opens like this.
I'm not sure whether it
Okay.
opens inside or outside.
Okay.
But those were the ones that we discussed.
You just get that cut sheet of that window to staff with the final documentation and everything else.
Okay.
So for commission, we good with those clarifications?
I think we gotta continue it.
To get the final.
To get the final, yeah, because you got some tweaking to do.
Do we want a subcommittee?
I'm okay with that.
Your subcommittee can consist of up to 3. Okay.
I'll be honest, since I made the comments about the detail.
Be honest, as I said, we should do a subcommittee.
And.
That was my schedule lately.
Okay.
Sorry.
All right, that's it. Unless anybody else wants to do a 2-person commission, subcommittee? Okay. So what that means is we'll make a motion to include the potential setback of that piece to match the top corner piece. And the window details and that transition for that flashing cap.
Okay.
Get that to staff. Staff will contact us. We'll take a look at it. If it's all good, we'll give it a thumbs up. If not, we'll give her feedback or give Nick feedback to provide to you on any changes that necessary. And then if we can say we're good with the changes, then Nick can submit the COA to you at that point.
Thank you.
Okay?
Yep.
With that said,
You'll get a letter describing all of those changes sometime next week.
Okay. Thank you.
is there a motion?
Mr. Chairman, on COA 2500919-544 South Fourth Street, I move to approve as amended with the setback of the exterior part of the windows, the cap, the splashing, et cetera, all that being indicated in drawings, and that is to be approved by a subcommittee of the commission through the HPO office.
Windows.
Windows are correct.
Correct.
Correct details and cut sheets for the windows to be provided.
Any other questions? All right. That's the case, and all those in favor?
Aye.
Yes. Ayes have it, motion passes.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Who was the second? Me. Okay, thank you.
Always. Alright, moving on to item number 15, starting conceptual applications. COA 2500783, 267 East Whittier.
Commissioners, this is the applicant who could not attend and asking for conceptual feedback with attendance. Do you want to return to that?
We can return to that one. We'll go ahead to item 16, COA 2500878, 285 East Beck. Once you're settled, if you raise your right hand. You swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and the truth.
Yes,
Your name?
Richard Taylor.
Thank you. Nick?
This is a conceptual application for an exterior building alteration to construct a connector addition to connect the historic primary structure with the existing historic secondary structure, which is not a garage. Staff analysis at the September business meeting, the commission requested the applicant provide the existing and proposed lot coverage and the distance between the two structures. And HPO staff were asked to add Sanborn maps to the materials packet, which are in the last 3 pages of your packet representing the applicant confirmed the following calculations, which is that the current lot coverage is 56% of the lot. The proposed lot coverage would be 58%. And the existing between the buildings would be 10 feet and proposed between the buildings is 5 feet. HPO staff have added the Sanborn maps from 1891, 1822, and the 1960s to the material packet. It is likely the rear structure was the primary structure of the lot in the 1890s, as you can see. And then the primary structure would then, after the 1980s, would then move further back to allow for the construction of the current primary structure on the lot, with the primary structure being constructed sometime between 1891 and 1922. That comes from traditional building practices of the time in German Village. This is conceptual, so the recommendation is to offer that design feedback. The recommendations, the basis is 31611 for alteration, 1 through 12, and there's on here about porches and stoops, but it is unrelated, so you can disregard that notice, that note in your staff report.
Nick, could you go up? Yeah. So this, what is this date on this map on the bottom?
The bottom is your 1960s.
So worst one is, what's the current one?
This is the one that comes from our collection directly
Okay.
that we had, and then these scans are from the Library of Congress.
Okay, so this is 285 here, right?
Yes, and that's
And-
1920s,
And this is
and this is here, this one.
here, which is 10, which makes you think this was originally built and then moved to the back. Okay,
Yes.
gotcha, thank you.
And it meets that, if commissioners recall, you were discussing at the business meeting that potentially
Yeah,
it was a porch
porch
at
or
some point,
something,
and
yeah.
that would make sense for what you're seeing.
Yeah,
here.
that's it, okay.
I'm gonna challenge the assumption that that moved. You go to the first Sanborn map. And we'll let you add your comments in a second.
sure.
Make sure we got the facts here.
I want to hear this.
So, I'm tucking my shirt. So 285, square building, side by side doubles over here, this piece here. So we've got a dwelling with kind of a porch out front. Almost the full width. If you go to the next one, which is a later map, correct?
Yes, this is 1920s.
So take that, rotate it. That dwelling, 1 story behind the double, still there. And new structures over here. I don't think that structure moved. I think that structure stayed over here. It just may be placed differently. I'm not sure it actually moved locations.
This is the structure
No.
moved here.
You think this moved?
Yes.
Yeah, that's the only thing.
Okay,
That would be the
okay.
primary structure in 1890.
I wasn't seeing
This
what
is
you were
the
pointing
force.
at. Okay, go back down one.
Spun in a couple ways too, not have to read
One-
this direction.
One calls those blog.
So here, so would have been filled in at this point in time. New structure got built.
Which makes sense why the roof pitches.
Yep.
Yeah.
Go to the west.
And then that's your 1960s.
This is showing it as a true dwelling, not a shed. So if you go back up to the photos,
That would be here.
this photo,
Yeah.
that kind of L-shaped building with the inset porch makes sense with
And you can see where the
this line,
porch is.
Yeah.
this line. Yeah. Even your banding here, everything is different. So yeah, I think that is true.
Thank you for proving interest.
Right. Well, make sure we're all on the same page. I didn't think it was right at first. I was like, oh, wait a minute, yeah, you're right.
I could have turned those in from our to one direction, but it kind of helped us all there.
Honestly, I think it makes the same, so.
Helps also the public understand some process. Okay. Anything else to add?
I have some things, yes, thank you. So my clients, what they want to do is use that building as part of the house for a bedroom suite. And obviously having space between the house and the bedroom suite is not going to work. So we wish to connect it, but we want to make that connection as small, as light as possible. Everything you see here is just obviously quick sketches. The going to 10 feet to 5 feet is a guess. The size and the shape of the connecting piece that I've drawn is just a conceptual guess based on this, but it need not be anything more than a hallway to connect the two pieces. So we do want to keep that light. The bigger questions really are, we'd like to move it, which would obviously necessitate replacing the foundation. And so our questions really are, can we move it? Can we connect it? Can we replace the foundation? And then because the building is wherever that existing building sits, it's closer than 5 feet to both of the property lines. So we're going to have to fire rate the two east and west walls. That there is siding on both of those, historic siding on those. So I'm interested in your thoughts about what we can do to keep the siding and still fire rate. Because typically I end up putting boral siding on those, the true exterior, like we did on the Yeager Street property that you were talking about earlier. And those are really the big questions.
So the fire rating requirement would be because you're moving the structure.
No, if it were made habitable where it is,
Still.
yeah, we're outside of the limits on both sides right now. I think the survey shows that 1.5 foot or 2 feet on one side and 3 on the other, something like that.
1.6, 1.9 accurate.
There you go. And then the left side is,
Yeah, they're all out.
the math works out to 3 feet, something like that. So
Just the remainder.
Yeah.
Just say next.
I was just gonna say, I know some, I don't think in German Village, but just from kind of other office conversations, the use of intumescent paint has been used for fireproofing. I actually do think it came up on a garage in German Village as well, on using intumescent paint on a rafter tail to order for the proximity.
Yeah.
They wouldn't have to alter the rafter.
Is that, can you get enough fire rating on the entire facade to make that work?
I'm not familiar on the specification details. I know it's been used in interior fire rating needs, but I don't know about exterior.
We use it on columns all the time.
For weatherproofing, yeah.
we actually had that discussion on Yeager Street, that was about the overhangs.
Yeah, I could see it on an overhang. But not on as a.
Yeah.
I think you need to do research with the National Park Service guidelines, if you see, or talk to them and see what they say. And landmarks may come up with solutions too. My opinion is, I hate to see you do anything to this building as far as even taking siding and stuff off of, putting insulation in, yeah, whatever. I get the need to move it. But what can you do to get that fireproof rating with the minimum amount of intrusiveness into the existing historic fabric?
Okay.
Yeah, I think you need new foundations, whether you're moving it or not. You're probably looking at the building a whole lot of other stuff.
I think if we move it, that might be the biggest challenge of all, moving it and
keeping it intact.
Keeping it intact, yeah.
Well, and where are you gonna move it to while you're building the foundation?
Well, typically the way that's done is the entire building is lifted up and then the new foundation is built and then it's moved onto the site. I just did that with 2 houses in historic Dublin. It's actually a lot of fun to watch. But
Yeah.
Yeah.
The risky. I think it was the language of, oh, we're gonna move it.
Yeah, well, we would use a professional moving company, which we've used before, so, yeah.
So you're saying that, just for clarification, are you saying to lift it, new foundation, and lower it back onto it? Or are you looking to lift it, build foundation elsewhere, and move it?
Move it
then
lower.
move it?
Correct.
Moving it closer to the house?
Yes. And again, the 5 feet at this point is just a guess. It may be less than that.
What variances are you gonna need when you do this?
I'm sorry?
What variances are you going to need?
I have not gotten that far
Okay.
in this yet. So
Side
I assume side yards and
Lot
lot
coverage,
coverage
yeah.
and a few other things, so.
Parking
I mean,
variance is gonna come into play.
The side yard one is tricky because it is an existing structure, but it's in a new location. So that's not-
Yeah. See, the fire rate is the big issue.
I would say that the side yard, whatever, I mean, you have,
What's the height of the structure too? Because they might need that.
you're gonna have one. Existing residence 1.5, worst case for the one setback. So as long as you're not moving it any closer to that, I doubt this is gonna get much worse. It's probably gonna want to line up to that building anyway.
So is the intent when you do a new foundation that you'll square it to
The house.
the primary?
Uh,
Or
It would be a little easier if we did, but it doesn't make a ton of difference. I mean, it's a tiny angle and
The house is the square.
Nobody's, you're not,
Yeah,
you're not
that's
gonna
true.
see it.
Are you going to?
I would say that partially answer that question, without a doubt, the existing building isn't remotely square.
right,
So,
right.
Yeah.
Are you going to be increasing the height of this?
I don't think so. Right now, I believe that it is, the floor elevation is lower than the house, so we would step down to it.
So was your lot coverage figure based on moving that?
Yeah, I gave Nick two numbers. One is what's there right now, and then the second is
Okay.
moving it closer and adding that connecting piece. And those are, again, approximate numbers at this point. That survey does not show the existing front porch on the house, and that is added into the calculations that I gave you.
That's almost the property line, isn't it?
The front?
Porch?
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's, I think it's 7 feet deep on the porch, and that's what, 11 and a half, so it's getting up there.
It's more than I thought.
If I were to recommend that if we're good with all this, we do say we can connect these two structures. My recommendation is that the connection should be the east side of that structure. So if we go back, we all agree that the structure used to be kind of a stubby L shape with a porch on the northwest corner of it. I think the connection should be through that window location on that.
Really?
Really, yeah, right.
Connecting to the back door.
The back door is on this side though.
There's two back doors.
Oh, okay.
If you look at the picture on,
Well, why are you converting a historic opening into door rather than
Less historical.
the less historical wall?
by connecting, so first off, you can't get this structure any further over.
Yes.
So you don't, by that methodology, you'd be coming off of this side of the structure, which means you might as well just add the entire block off the back because you're going to be,
Yeah, you're gonna have a little.
you have a pocket there, it's going to be unusable.
That's true.
And
My advice to you is you figure out what you want to do and come back to us.
Yeah.
And I'm not gonna jump on the gun and.
We may come back with several concepts. I have a question for you though, on the connecting piece. Would you rather see that look like the two buildings or look completely different than the two
Completely
buildings?
different. That's the guidelines.
I'm also confused about the opening on this facade. You got low door, higher window, even higher door. But my thought was if you,
I mean, the windows don't match either.
I know.
So like,
my thought is if you connect that window,
you can at least match the doors.
this piece can still show as
I filled in doors.
versus engaging it now.
There's a lot to be, I mean, what if he comes back and says, I want to make that look like a porch again?
Yeah, I would like to.
I mean, what if
If that's
he,
contributing like that, so.
what if he comes back and then moving the shed, he wants to rotate it 90 degrees, so you can get
A
it.
different conversation.
That's what I'm saying.
Getting way out in front of
Like,
it.
Sure. I agree.
we've got, there's a lot.
So for the commission here, any issue with the concept of moving, rotating, shifting?
I think what he's asking for is guidance. Can he move the building closer and can he connect it? I think those are the two things
think he's
That's
you're
the big-
asking for.
Right.
No, I have no issues with either one of those. And now if you come back and say you want to rotate it, something like that, that's another conversation. But we don't know what you want to do.
Allow move it, but not rotating.
Yeah. Because that is the original orientation on that site to the property, et cetera. So, absolutely okay with that. If he rotates it, I think that's a conversation. I'm not saying it's wrong, it's a conversation to have.
If we rotate it, I want you to explain it to my mover.
Yeah, especially, yeah, you're not rotating it.
No, we're
right?
not.
No way. We haven't got the roof.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. So I didn't bring up rotating.
This means nothing.
So the existing foundation, as you can see, is kind of piecemeal. What would you like to see as the final material for the new foundation? I mean, there's,
I'll throw it out there. It needs to look like a new foundation.
I mean, that is, I don't know if you can see, but there's like some old stone, there's some new stone, there's some brick, and there's a lot of Nelsonville tile there too.
Is the old stone,
Isn't it a lintel with a window in it?
that's a,
Or just like a basement opening
I
to
think-
the
I think it's almost
crawl
like piers.
space?
I think it's stone pier, stone pier, stone pier, stone pier. And they came
Infill.
back and filled with some
Fill
blocks.
it in.
And they put that for ventilation at some point and boarded it up.
Yeah, okay.
I think. So from the commission standpoint, were we looking to recreate piers?
No.
Or we said only foundation completely?
New connector, and I think the foundation needs to say new foundation. Whatever you think that is, but
It's a lot of exposed foundation. However that transition happens, we'll talk about it.
yeah.
It's just a lot of it.
Okay, you review some of the existing foundation and material creatively. Yeah.
I think what the question is gonna be when you come back, smooth block, rough face block, think block or concrete. Could be for concrete intentionally.
Okay,
That's what you're looking to do, and we'll see how it looks in the rest of the
sounds good.
I love this stuff. Stone's great. Okay. Any other information you have?
We'll do it. Thanks. See you again soon, I hope.
Come in. Looking forward to seeing that thing get fixed up.
Thank you.
All right, moving on to item number 17, COA 2500915, 247 East Livingston. The applicants kind of settle in. It's been a quick 5 minutes. We want to settle. We can do some bio breaks here. Anybody needs one?
Yep.
Is that a one pipe someplace private? Get all of it.
Well, so I'll take on some slides until I think we get to materials and Be the hero. That's right.
It is. Time to go back to
So is this a new option on the timer? I like it.
Cohesive way to go the timer.
We like the duck quacks better.
Yeah.
Well, I can see that. It's bars are weird. Use the brush. Hey, how are you?
You what? Yes. Figure out a way. This place you look at.
I was in.
Yeah.
Jungle. The original, I was that doesn't stop on the direct floor, so it's shifting.
A little bit. Yeah, for sure. It's so crazy.
You do it.
Steel channel.
Yes.
Also steel.
Yeah.
Salad.
Okay.
And then the original Tennessee Lake soda.
Continuing. Good to see you. How are you? Yeah. No, I have this. My wife's here. Amendments, the guidelines. So the guidelines have a 2005 and 2008. The guidelines, 2005, 2008, I believe, were incorporated into the document, I think. I don't know.
When construction was added to it was before 2005, that's when 2007 was.
2008 is this document here. Adoption. Yeah, 2008, I think just got. It's already incorporated.
Get your timer going.
I did it because I was not.
Hilarious.
Yeah. Yeah. Yes.
Oh, wow. Cool. Old cigar house.
Really? Interesting.
Page.
Oh, I brought one.
Yeah, it was sitting on your desk. So that gave.
I said.
We can share, though Karen have coffee.
Alright. You good? You guys all ready?
Yeah.
Yes.
So recording, still moving. We are back on the record. Before we call this application into the record, just for now, of course, as in the previous hearings, we'll ask everybody to raise their right hands that are going to be speaking, applicants as well as the public. We'll swear everybody in one shot, and we'll get your name when you come to the podium. We will call in, or we'll read in the application. Nick will read it in. We'll have the applicants provide any feedback they want to provide. We'll ask for questions or comments from the members of the public. Please limit your comments, members of the public, to 3 minutes. And try not to reiterate what was said before you, just say you agree with those before you, so we can keep the process moving quickly. And with that, without further ado, we'll go ahead and call this one in. Item number 17, COA 2500915 East Livingston.
I had to correct the number. Your number on the agenda was incorrect. It's now 915. It's the newest.
We got the right one.
You do.
247 East Livingston.
Apologies.
All right. If you all raise your right hands, sorry about that. You swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and the truth.
Yes.
And your name?
Beverly Eichenlaw.
Thank you.
Daniel Ayers.
Thank you.
Kareem Ann.
Thank you. And we'll get your all names when you get the podium. Nick.
Yes, and I'll apologize in advance. My teeth are chattering from the cold a little bit, so I'll read as clearly as I can here.
You are not allowed.
This is an application that is for demolition and new construction for the demolition of the brick office building at 251 East Livingston, and to construct a new 4-story apartment building with 68 proposed units and 40 parking spaces. This application has been reviewed conceptually at February, March, July, and August, and the following is from the now approved August 2025 GDC hearing minutes. Commissioners confirmed the guiding text for their review is Title 31, City Code 316, and the approved urban village guidelines. Lot coverage remains a primary concern for the commission, noting lot coverage includes only the built structures and not hardscaping. Existing parking lots would not be considered as part of existing lot coverage. Commissioner Harkey found that the structure of Livingston as proposed did appear to follow development patterns of the block, and noted appreciation for design changes on Livingston on the Livingston elevation. Commissioners were not supportive of the more commercial style building on the corner of the structure that is proposed. Normal structures have been built on single-family lots in German Village within a standard lot size, and with designs following German Village structures. The period and scale of commercial style structures is an important design consideration. Commissioners suggested altering only one of the new construction elements, either lot coverage, massing, or materials. And commissioners noted that dormers were not proportional in the rear facing cedar alley and suggested altering the design to have a less visual impact and appear less modern. And then HPO staff note what items are required for a complete material packet. At the September business meeting, the commission requested the packet be revised to add detail from the site plan, indicating how many floors are proposed in each area, and the commission requested the applicant add any historic photos or documentation they would like to have considered. The applicant did amend their application packet in response to commission feedback and added those additional details. We do note for the commission, the materials that were sent to you early Tuesday have been slightly revised by the applicant, as some of them came in blurry. So the final packet on your Kindles and on screen, the only difference from Tuesday morning would have been just your site plans and things that were submitted. HPO staff recommend the applicant take any feedback from the September hearing and prepare an application packet for action. Noting that would require specification for all windows, doors, roofing, garage doors, awnings, cladding materials, porch, foundation materials, railings, window boxes, and a complete landscaping site plan with drawings. The complete application packet would also include elevation drawings with material details called out for every elevation of the new structures and existing structures where changes are proposed. This is conceptual, so the recommendation is to offer design feedback. The basis for that recommendation is Title 34 of the zoning code, specifically related to applicability of Title 31. Noting that it is the conclusion of HPO staff, the city attorney's office, and the Department of Development. The German Village Commission retained full authority to review all exterior alterations and new construction in the German Village District as outlined in city code and the German Village guidelines. And the other basis through 1612, standards for new construction. The through 1613, standards for site improvements. Through 1614, standards for demolition. And that is all.
All right, anything else to add?
Sure. Yeah, you can start at the concept update slide, Nick, just a few slides down.
Yeah. Did I go too far?
No, you'll get there. Yeah, so, good evening, commissioners, staff, members of the audience. Since we've last been here, we continue to make some really substantial changes and some exciting ones, we believe, here today. Dan will visualize for you and show you how that applies, but at its core, we looked internally and we said, how can we make this more of an amenity to the village? And we thought, well, let's look for opportunities to do that. And one of the main ways we are doing that is we've converted a substantial amount of the residential on the first floor in Livingston as a retail opportunity. So you will see an incorporation of commercial. You will see what we're hoping is a bit of an aha moment next to the existing Bendy restaurant there and sort of a commercial dynamic there. We're hopeful to get an exciting tenant, and hopefully that can be an avenue where this can be more than just about benefit to us, but to benefit to the community. We've also taken a very significant look at the fourth story. If you look when we get down there, there's been a significant change to that, significant reduction. We think it really brings the scale into proportion. And it's just another measure of showing that we're here to listen. Where it once was a sort of linear fourth story across the entire lot, we've sized that down quite a bit. As we look here, I think it's important to also recollect just how far we've come. This is some of our first renditions that were sort of call to action to the new zoning code. With each meeting, we've taken significant strides to listen, absorb, and be as contextual as possible. We really think with today's submission, with a focus today being on the guidelines and the framework, we really think we designed and proposed something that has been a measure of how far we've listened and what we believe, based on interpretation of the guidelines, something that is supported by the guidelines today. You want to go down? Yeah. Okay. Yeah. That's great. So last meeting, I think the conclusion was, let's not find individual sort of random components to dwell on. Let's put a framework to this. I think we appreciate that a lot as well. It gives us direction, and it allows us to look at this objectively. I think one of the guiding aspects of this process now is understanding new construction component of the guidelines. We've highlighted here what we think to be something we ought to continue to revisit as we get into the design. And that is, at its core, any new construction needs to be evaluated based on 3 elements: massing, material, and design.
Details.
Oh, I'm sorry. details. Sorry, getting ahead of myself. Massing, material, and details. And the guidelines, in fact, don't suggest or say you may vary. It requires you must vary from one of those elements. Otherwise, you're attempting to do fake historicism. Really, that's what it is. So it's not us sort of pushing and shoving our way to varying. As much as we may all want this to look and feel exactly like some of the best parts of German Village, we all have a collective obligation here for it to vary. So there is an absolute requirement. It says here, design of any new building can be divided 3 elements, considers all 3 elements, and that you must vary. If there was any avoidance of a doubt, they go so far as to say even lower. They give an example. For an example, by making the massing similar to the surrounding structures, but varying materials and or details, a building can be designed that is contemporary yet compatible to the historic streetscape. I think we can all agree those elements can be interchangeable. So I want us all to recall here that we have an obligation to vary. We were provided sort of a list in the page below here. There's 4 elements here. I think, for us all to be on the same page, we have to agree that there are 3 elements. Lot coverage is not its own element. It is part of massing.
It is part of massing, right?
Okay, so we're in agreement there, because that was sent to us and we thought, well, wait a second.
And this is strictly as a structure for us to discuss it. It's not saying that lot coverage is not part of massing.
Okay.
Okay.
Is there a reason it was separated out?
Because originally lot coverage was covered by the zoning. Because the zoning is now covered as historic patterns in German Village.
So the guidelines need to be updated to represent that, correct?
It's implied in there. It guidelines even talks about the fact that if the zoning on a piece of property in German Village, and so much of it is not compliant with existing, we have to give variances, but to build something new that is compliant with the existing pattern, we may have to ask for a variance on zoning. Zoning's changed, but the historic patterns have not. We still want to comply with the historic patterns, which is part of lot coverage.
Great, but I think before we really continue, we need to be in alignment that lot coverage is involved in massing as an element.
Yeah, and it's one of the ones that you could deviate from.
Right, massing in itself is one way you can deviate from.
One element in massing, yeah.
Well, no, because in the last meeting you mentioned sub-elements. We combed through the guidelines at length. The word sub-elements doesn't even exist in the guidelines.
It does not, but it is listed as parts of massing. Shape, scale, portion, blah, 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 are all listed under the heading of massing.
Agreed. So if
allowing letting the back and forth occur at the end of the presentation to get into those.
Okay,
details.
yep, okay.
that's fine. So you can continue, but we just wanted to make that clear. This was provided to us, and we said, well, if we want to be objective with the guidelines, there are 3 elements. Lot coverage is part of massing. And if we're allowed to vary with one of the 3 major elements, lot coverage, massing, shape, what have you, that can be an element we can vary. You can keep going.
Yeah, and there are a couple of things that, as we were working through this too, is just understanding where the building fits within. As a mixed-use building with retail and residential apartments, in those determination of what a commercial building, I know that was something that's been discussed as this is a residential building. By legal definition, a typical max of 4 to 6 units could be considered a residential building. Once it goes beyond that, it becomes a commercial building. And I think that's something we have to get alignment on from the commission to understand that this is not a residential building, that this, as a mixed use with commercial, is a commercial building, which does give different the guidelines to specify different rules within a commercial use versus just a residential use. So I think that's something that we need to discuss through this, just showing what the site is actually zoned as a commercial mixed use. We're providing mixed use. It's not zoned as a residential. So this is just need clarity from the commission on that, and how we interpret the building, I think, is something that needs to be aligned. You can keep going. These are just some of the different aspects of commercial buildings within the guidelines of how that's interpreted. We don't need to dwell on that. And then the lot coverage around overall German villas are a number of different buildings that have some of these lot coverage. I know there's been a lot of discussion about how far off of the property line we are on Blankner. This is just to clarify in much more detail of our 5-foot step back or more along the alleyway and around the building, just to give clarity for that. The chart below, I think it was at the business meeting, was asked that each floor lot coverage. I don't quite understand why it was asked for, but we have provided that for each of the floors as you go up on what that lot coverage would be per floor.
I would like to also take a moment here to mention sort of the precedence on lot coverage for commercial in Livingston within the surrounding area. You know, just because we're able to vary from some of these elements doesn't mean that we want to do to the nth degree. We're still trying to do this within precedence. In canvassing, just even the adjacent block, you know, the kitchen, for instance, that has over a 97% lot coverage. That is not on a standard single family lot. Key blueprint as well, about 96% lot coverage. You can look at, well, let's look historically at the precedent on our site. The theater, the old theater, that's now an office building, that as it stands today is at 82%. So, you know, when we think of, okay, lot coverage, are we breaking precedent? Are we pushing sort of the boundaries on that? There's far more examples of lot coverage being far more extreme, and the guidelines also say commercial buildings tend to take up the whole lot with a small surface area in the back. There's 2 examples that exist today, 3, you know, within very close proximity of the site. One of the comments was mentioned, well, combining parcels into a larger one and then, you know, utilizing that lot coverage is uncharacteristic. There's also examples, you know, such as the Franklin Glass Studio that has a similar size parcel, over 80% of lot coverage there. So I think the point we're trying to make, folks, is, you know, there are very tight lots, commercial, even residential, even on Blankner just behind us. There's several instances of higher than 82% lot coverage for single family homes and cottages. We're trying to stay within reason and want to just emphasize we're not breaking precedents when it comes to that. Even though we'll get to this conversation, we are allowed to and possibly even encouraged to vary from an element such as lot coverage and massing.
Okay, we'll move on to the next. Materiality, this is a lot of some of what we'll be looking for today is to get, we have the materials, we have the specification sheets, just to review those with you, get input on them, so that when we come back next month, we can have everything aligned from that side. You can keep going. These are our precedents we've shown in the past. These are a couple of the material palettes that we're using with the way the design works. We're mixing these palettes throughout, different brick patterns, darker metals on window frames. If you move to the next palette B, lighter palette with the stone for the base that we're creating, along with the lighter metal and different colored brick. And palette C, which is a little bit of a darker palette overall with the stone. So just different starting points.
Yeah, I just want to add, we did bring some material samples for these particular palette items. Again, hopeful that we can get some feedback on this particular thing as we move forward to the next submittal.
Next on details, the third aspect, just looking at, we've been updating a number of the different details on the facades to make sure they comply with the overall guidelines. This is some of our interpretation. You've seen these diagrams. You can keep going of how we've approached the project. Yeah. And the updated design. So I think one of the key comments last time was that the fourth floor was a long line across the facade. We have taken a large section of the fourth floor out. And this, by helping to reduce that overall, I think if you guys remember back to those renderings of the previous design before we started this new updated design, was how much more they kind of, the overall project kind of stood over the existing building. Again, from this further vantage point, we are further out from across the street and seeing just portions of that fourth floor, but reducing and stepping it back in a way to reduce overall impact. You'll also see the commercial building on the left-hand side if you go to the next rendering, where we've taken this first floor and removed the unit and included it as a commercial space. Could be the next opportunity for a coffee shop. I think with Bendy and creating, as Kareem had mentioned, this kind of aha opportunity of this little alcove space for those two retail tenants to have an outdoor patio space does create a nice opportunity within Livingston. So again, some of the updates here, while massing are minor, there are some nice adjustments that start to create opportunities for the community around. Keep going as we go down Livingston. You can see the before and after. Not a lot has changed here. As we come around to the west facade, we reduced one garage, which is why we removed a stall. It was just too tight, and then broke up the facade a little bit more. We've been looking at some of the different precedents around on 3rd Avenue with that 3-bay window with the 2 fixed and 1 operable in the middle. There's some different precedents in town for that. And if you continue down the alley, pretty much the same as what you've seen in the past. And then the updated center portion of the alley is set back a bit here. We have pulled this is where we had the sloped roof, is now units in this location. It's still stepped back, just not as deep as it was previously. To create a small area of landscaping and still parking below it. And let's see one of the updated elevations here with a little bit more of a modern twist on the board and batten. Again, looking for opportunities within this overall elevation to have some variation. You'll see some of that variation in the garage doors also.
I can point out one element here that I think Dan and his team have done an excellent job with is also the building spacing. One of the main, feedback that we got at the last hearing was how can we have a more organic building pattern, look into the building spacing, make it feel like separate instances of dwellings. And I think, again, the MUJ team has done a great job of doing that almost on every elevation. So I just wanted to make sure that didn't fall through the cracks. Literally.
We'll show it in some of the planning too on how that fits in within those. And then on the corner on the east side on 6th, we've broken down the massing a little. There were some proportional things that we wanted to achieve here by stepping back a little. Gives a little bit better scale to this side. And then next are just the elevation on the alley. Just giving you a sense of that understanding of even stepping back, it's hard to get this angle, but the 3rd floor setback really does help give us an overall scale of a 2-story design. And then this is one of those areas that we've notched back as you're coming down Cedar Alley towards the project, creating those little alley spaces between some of the building faces. Which was asked for at some of the earlier meetings. This one's just overall height. The rendering itself hasn't been updated, I'm realizing, but just gives you the height of the building and stay the same. Elevation on Livingston and on the alleyway, you can see how the 4th floor has been removed in the middle to give a breakdown of the overall massing and how the overall elevation on the alleyway is starting to come together, overall composition. It's on the east and west elevations. It's pretty straightforward on how that's set back. And then we've enlarged the plan so you get a little bit more detail for each one. You can start to see a couple of the areas that do start to notch back to create, well, it gives us some opportunity to create some daylight into some of these units and create some separation between each unit. The two pink zones on either side. On the left-hand side, that becomes a co-working space, which is open to the public, but also a portion of the amenities for the overall tenants, and then an added retail on the right-hand side next to Bendy. And can keep going down. Here you can see a couple of those notches. Again, understanding the alleyways coming from Livingston back, carving those back into the building. Extending that through also helps with our unit layout, so all of it is a positive. The two notches on the south side give us daylight into our corridor, which is always a good thing, and then the one notch on the west-hand face also again brings daylight into that corridor, so creates that separation of those massings, gives us a better sense of how it fits into the neighborhood. And then third floor starts to set back. You see some of the rooftops and pitched roofs overall. And then the fourth floor is the largest change on the next slide for the cutout of the two different elements. And so the fourth floor is not connected across, which means our units on the right-hand side are double height units. On the left-hand side, we can carry our elevator and stairs up to provide two means of egress for those units. And then the overall section is stayed the same for its overall height and setback. Sure.
Yeah, so I'd like to move back to the elevation so we can also just talk through some of the materials. Again, we understand you can't take materials from us here, but we have put together our sort of draft of our specs. And again, we have a box of samples, so if you would like us to bring the samples up so that you can look at them in person, we would enjoy that, but if you feel that that's not an option, we're okay with that too. So you can let us know. So if you just want to go back to, I guess maybe Livingston is a good place to start.
We go to
yeah, the sort of initial, yeah. We are looking at obviously brick, and we've talked a little bit about the pallets, brick, the stone. We are looking at, we've heard the commission say that you will not accept hardy board as a product. We would enjoy a clarification on an alternative product that is a fiber cement panel that has a board and batten appearance, but is not a hardy product, is a higher quality product.
Quick clarification on that. We have recently approved in a test case a hardy product that is
Thicker than their normal.
yeah. It's a more
robust.
Okay. And more firm.
Okay.
To the true exterior.
Okay, so it's something that we could work through if
We could explore the potential of that. It was applied in vertical orientation.
Okay, great. Okay. Yeah, we're definitely looking at the board and batten look, and you can also see we're looking at a wider board and batten. I think we're using a 2-foot module right now, and there's an idea about aligning the fenestration openings with the batten so that it is not happenstance, but rather part of the sign element. We are looking at maybe look at another. Let's go to the elevation. I believe it is where we sell the colored doors. I think it's the back side where you can see from there too. Yeah. So we're looking at right there. That's actually fine. You can see here some examples of things, some of the things we're looking at. So again, here we're looking at that board and batten. With some recesses, we're looking at wood doors in these situations that would be painted with some different, alternate options for different colors to give it a little bit of vitality. We're looking at Garage doors, a couple of kinds that are more contemporary in their nature. Some that will have a metal finish and others that will actually have a wood clad finish. It's a particular product that we found called, sorry, I can't remember what it's called, but it's in here and I'll tell you in a minute. I'll keep going. We have pulled out some notions related to the railings, both the blanking on the name, it's not jealousy. Juliet balconies, obviously metal railings, and looking at colors that are going to be, in keeping with the overall palettes. We have pulled an option for a single hung window. And this is another area we'd like clarification because we understand there's an interest in double hung windows. And we aren't sure if that's an aesthetic thing or if it's a functional thing. So we are interested to know if a single hung window is an acceptable option for us in those cases where we're using the operable windows. We're also looking at a Conair type, again, basis of design storefront system where we have the kind of more commercial character. And then we also, again, it's in my images, but we've started to pull some examples of like, lantern lights and things that we're showing and imagery on. And the notion is just to try to get a feel for where you land on contemporary versus traditional in terms of that kind of aesthetic. So similarly, catenary lights, they have a great effect, but they come in a lot of different kinds of styles. Some are a little bit more just kind of, I don't know. I don't know if I could call that traditional, but I could certainly call that more contemporary. So I think just getting some feedback on some of those kinds of items would be really helpful. Another item, and I don't want to forget it, is roof. Where we have the flat roofs, of course, we're looking at like a TPO roofing, and then where we have the sloping roofs, we're considering a few options. We're interested in doing a standing seam metal roof, potentially. I think that's allowable. We want to get clarity on that. I don't think we want to go this way, but it seems to indicate that an asphalt shingle roof might be acceptable. So just want to get clarity on that because, as the projects move forward, there's just considerations for what's possible and what's achievable from a budget standpoint. So it would be very helpful to know if that's an option, but it's not one that we're hopeful for. We don't really want that, but if it is a thing that we would have to consider at some point, we'd just like to know if that's an option.
So we threw a lot of stuff at you guys, I think, from the start, understanding, so we're all aligned on the guidelines and how we're interpreting them, to understanding of the project as a commercial project, and then getting into the overall design, so we can start having those discussions and finalizing the overall details, massing and materials for the project. So yeah, love to hear your guys' input for that.
All right. Thank you for that. We'll go ahead and start taking the speakers. We'll go through those, and then we will come back to the commission for our dialogue. So the first speaker I have on the agenda here is Pat Bowers. You got a timer? You don't want the duck?
We're gonna miss the.
Take the name, please.
Good evening. My name is Patrick Bowers. So start. A resident of German Village. I was first a resident in 1975 and have seen many changes. German Village has been and is a gem for the city of Columbus. People come from all over the country and the world to see, walk, and enjoy the charm of German Village. Just last night, a lady from India joined me working as a volunteer in Huntington Garden. She was enjoying her visit and wanted to get involved. Being here makes you want to participate in the community. What keeps the attraction going is the unique nature of German Village, as defined by the German Village Guidelines and interpreted by you, the commissioners. It is for this reason I ask you to keep the German Village area following these guidelines. Any new construction or changes to existing property needs to complement the existing area buildings as to massing, material, and detail. The design must be compatible to the area, but not a replica. German Village is made up of historic living neighborhoods developed over time into desirable places to live in and visit. Allowing inappropriate development would damage the quality of life, historical integrity, heritage tourism economy, and charm. Character once lost cannot be regained. Please follow the guidelines in your decision. Thank you.
Thank you. Next one, we have Jamie Walbacher. Just state your name for the record.
Thank you. I'm Jamie Weilbacher. I'm a resident of German Village, lived there over 40 years. As a German Village resident, I purchased, invested, and remained in German Village because of the historic neighborhood, because of the way that the neighborhood has developed over time. One of the things that I wanted to mention is when we look at precedents for some of the lot coverages, if we look at stuff that took place before the guidelines and the standards are there to prevent that from continuing, not to see if we can do the next bigger and better version of making a precedent that goes on beyond the massing. Anyway, on the massing, three things. In the actual Title 31, it talks about the standard or typical sizes in German Village, and it spells out actual dimensions. Page 10 of the guidelines, and I'm going to quote if anybody wants me to help you find it. It's lot coverage in page 10, second paragraph, last sentence. Maximizing lot coverage with new construction and leaving little outdoor space is not in accordance with traditional historic development patterns in the neighborhood and is not appropriate for new construction in German Village. Lastly, I want to point out on page 12, when they talk about the height of new construction, the height of the new building should fall at or below the average height of the surrounding structures. And that was quoted out. That's all I have.
You?
Any questions?
Thank you very much. Paul Burke. State your name, please.
Paul Burke. I lived at 314 Jackson Street for 37 years. In light of recent changes, I'm going to alter my presentation. I wasn't really not prepared, hadn't studied, didn't have the opportunity to look at the effects of the project with the reduction of the floors. So do the best I can here. But anyway, originally, and still possibly even now, the project may be too tall. Definitely the setback of 4 feet is not going to work. If you walk the alley and you spend a lot of time like I do with my dog, you'll see that it's not enough. I can show you pictures here of project or a situation. You guys are talking somewhere around 16 feet. This is 18 feet. If you all can see that, there's a garage there along my garage. The property lines, they add 7 feet to the depth, so there's about 18 feet of which a car can go into a garage and can come out of the garage. This photo shows you what's happened. 18 feet. All right, that's a brick wall in front of 314 Jackson, and it's been repaired 4 times from the cars coming in and out of that garage. 18 feet isn't enough. So your setback of 4 feet, way too short, in my opinion. You want to know what happens to the property in situations that, where there is no garage, this property at this is 231. This property is at 239. Both of them, the steps up into the property are damaged and been repaired. It needs more than 4 feet. This is a photo. This is the rendering that they show us. All right, shows the sky. Nice, really nice. People walking down. This is reality. This is the sky, the same view right now today, over here. Beautiful blue sky. My concern is that corner at Dixon and Blinkner is going to have a lot of building there. These people are used to seeing sky when they get up in the morning walking out. You add 2 feet or 2 stories plus what's hidden behind there. If there's anything hidden behind there, 3rd and 4th story, I don't know. But that's going to take away, it's going to make it feel like the New York City Canyon walking in Manhattan. I don't like that feeling. That's not a historic feeling. That's not what we live with. So my concerns going to be how high it is and the setback. Right? And if you don't do it right, you're going to have damages to property and potentially to people, neighbors. Thank you.
Next speaker, John Clark. What's your name?
Hi, my name is John Clark. My wife Jane and I live at 835 City Park Avenue, and we've been in German Village almost 34 years now. First of all, and this is not said enough, I want to thank all of you for doing an amazing job. Not only I know you have full-time jobs, and then you take on this unpaid work, and I thank you. I really do. I've attended several of these meetings over the years and have always been struck by the delicate balancing act that you perform between the neighborhood's needs and the applicant's wants. It's obvious to me that you care about both constituencies. When you can, when there is a gray area in the guidelines, I see how you do everything you can to satisfy both. You might allow a new window to slip a few inches this way or that. You might allow a dormer to be just a little bit larger if you can, because for whatever reason, it's important to the homeowner. But of course, there are areas in the codified German Village guidelines where there is no wiggle room, where the rules are laid out in black and white. Height, scale, proportion, lot coverage. For these matters, there is no give. The proposal before you this evening does not meet those minimum requirements, just as it did not meet the minimum requirements last month or the month before that. You heard the developer say, see how much better this looks than last time. We always hear that from developers. They want the world and then they'll settle for a continent, and we're still set with a building that is too large, too tall, not enough parking, whatever. Making decisions about such things as window placement and dormer size can be hard, but coming to a conclusion about this project should not be, because it clearly does not meet the minimum standards laid out in the German Village guidelines. And these guidelines, of course, are guidelines that you swore to uphold, in which the applicants know they must meet. As someone who cares deeply about historic preservation and the rule of law, I ask you to deny this proposal for an oversized 4-story apartment complex that would rob our precious neighborhood of its historic character. Thank you. And one comment, please, this is to Nick and others. The sound system here is pathetic. Beyond this point, we can't hear a thing. And if we can't hear anything, we can't appropriately respond to it. So, for instance, you have 3 people here, 1 microphone, and I can hear none of them. The only person I can hear reliably is Anthony, because he's sitting behind a microphone and speaks up. But something must be done to help the taxpayers who come to these meetings and who wish to fully participate. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Clark.
like to submit that via email and forward it on to our administrator.
Thank you.
Man, we can't hear you. Sorry.
Please go out first in the crowd. Thank you. Next speaker is Heidi Lorenza.
Falling on deaf ears.
Hi, Heidi Lorenza, 518 South Fifth Street. And it breaks my heart that I have to be back here again because there's a lot of good things happening here, but we keep saying again and again, the project is too big, the project is too dense, there's too much going on in the lot coverage, and I'm gonna try and read some of my notes here. And first off, I wanted to say, regarding the conversation that we had last month about the historic district boundaries, and that Livingston Avenue as a commercial area had been deliberately included in German Village, and that somehow allows us to build larger on a commercial area. I just wanted to point out that when the district boundaries were drawn, High Street was deliberately excluded, and it was excluded because it did not fit the character of German Village. It did not have the mixed-use residential character that the rest of the neighborhood had. And so the boundary was terminated at Pearl Street rather than at High Street. Livingston Avenue, however, was chosen to be included within the boundary of German Village. And I think it was chosen because it had the residential and mixed-use character that the rest of the neighborhood shares. Second of all, lot coverage. They provided 6 examples in German Village where lot coverage, none of those are residential in character, or I should say none. The one which is the old dispatch building at Grant and Beck was actually an improvement in lot coverage because the previous structure that was there was much, much larger. And so when it changed to the residential structures, it actually improved lot coverage, and that was a special circumstance in German Village. The other examples are used are churches, commercial structures, and all of them are within the height requirements of German Village, except for the castle, which is, as we can all agree, a special moment. If you look at the actual numbers on the things, this project is 12 feet taller than the surrounding buildings. In let's put it in real terms, it's almost a third taller than the historic structures surrounding it. And I think those numbers are correct. 44 feet was the tallest, and 32.9 was the the highest historic building. I don't think that there's any room to say that that's not way too tall for the neighborhood. And I just wanted to finish with, if we take something that's wholly unreasonable and we make it less unreasonable, it's still unreasonable. And I don't think we can look at this and say that it's a reasonable proposal for German Village. Thank you.
Michael Gollier. State your name, please.
Michael Gallagher, resident of German Village for 11 years now. I agree with everything everybody said up to this point in time. I'm not here to reiterate what everybody else has said. What I would like to communicate is I've had a number of issues, a number of situations where we've had large groups of people come in and protest a development or some modification or some kind of application. In the course of dealing with Cedar Square, I've had a number of people, we need to get organized. We need to get hundreds of people down here. And as we've talked about it, I've had several conversations with a number of people in the village. And what has been an overwhelming message I've received is there is an outstanding, an enormous amount of trust and belief that there's a commission here that will protect this community. And they are going to uphold the guidelines as they've been codified by the City of Columbus and essentially recodified by the amendments made to the zoning in Phase 1
giving you the power that you have right now to regarding phase one zoning. And I cannot communicate enough how much that message has gotten across. There is an outstanding amount of trust in you to follow the guidelines. Thank you.
And one last speaker, Nathan Bevel. Since you came in late, when you get here, we got to do the whole hand thing and everything.
Oh, no, I was here the whole time.
Oh,
I've been here since 4.
Okay. Okay. Your speaker slipped up late, so that's why I.
Yeah, that was why I was late.
Can you swear that you were here before 4?
Yes.
Please take your name.
Nathan Bevel, Preservation Services Manager with Columbus Landmarks. For those of you who don't know, that's Susan Keeney's old job. So typically we don't really speak a lot with German Village issues. They have the German Village Society, but I did just want to reiterate, echoing what some of the other speakers have said. We are looking at a lot of the zone in, and we're looking at some of these developments and reiterating the importance of following the guidelines, and in all of the zone in materials, the paramount nature of those design guidelines and even the zone in and the related corridors, and that this is just something that Columbus Landmarks is taking really seriously and looking a lot more deeply into with the zone in and how that is interacting with all of the different city commissions. So that's a quick.
Thank you. All right, so that concludes the public speakers. Is there anything you want to address for that, or we can start with ours?
I just, to touch on a few of the points, just so this is still a dialogue.
Real quick, just so we can
Yep.
try to mitigate one of the issues. Give you my mic. So I got a big boy on your voice.
We can. While he does that, were there any?
That's why that wasn't working.
Was there anything submitted?
Do you want to move that one over here?
Is there anything
Okay.
of that nature?
That one's better.
But not.
That was turned off.
Okay.
Both of these to y'all, so y'all can have plenty of audio. Okay, RD. Thank you. See, not deaf ears, we do listen.
Try.
All right, right.
The only thing I'll reiterate, I think we're all on the same page on this, is we're here to follow the guidelines today. We're told we're too high, we're too big, we're too dense. I want to reiterate, and this will be the point that I want to keep circular. There are 3 elements, and we have a requirement to vary. We do, and that otherwise we will not be following the guidelines. We're not the tallest building. We're not the biggest building by lot coverage, not even close. So I do want to reiterate that we are here to be textual, and we're here to genuinely listen. We'll turn it over to you at this point.
Right. So we do have the document that we kind of circulated just to make sure we had all those critical criteria that we've been discussing on one paper versus having it in hundreds of pages of the guidelines. So we all have that to address. And do you want to talk through, starting from your thoughts on what you have, and then we'll go.
And I guess I'm not sure where to start, because you brought up the fact that this is not a residential building, it's a commercial building. Correct? That is your opinion, it's a commercial building. I don't think the guidelines ever considered a building of this size with this number of units in it as what they would characterize as a commercial building. I think they historically looked at things like Lindy's and all the other buildings that are that nature and that ilk in the village as being commercial buildings. Even the theater that you're proposing to tear down, certainly a commercial building. There's a bowling alley on Beck Street, that's a commercial building, it's been converted to apartments and stuff like that. So I don't think the guidelines talk about that. The guidelines talks about residential structures, mostly single family, but it does go to duplexes and 2-story row houses, and that's as far as it ever gets talking about residential. So I don't know where I'm leading with this, other than this maybe falls outside of what the guidelines originally had consideration, but we have to proceed reasonably. based on what we can call out of the guidelines and what we think is applicable to this.
Ned, if I could speak to that,
Yeah.
I've been thinking a lot about this application, specifically about the lot coverage and about, we talked about, mentioned windows, vignettes, separations, looking back at city code. One of the, I think the key thing is historically in the village, lots don't get combined very often. The large developments you see, the movie theater, key blueprints, they're on lots that were originally sized between 33 and 50 feet wide. Occasionally we combine two lots, 33, 30, maybe 66. Full width from street to alley. And those commercial properties took up the vast majority of that lot coverage. What we're seeing here is we have 33 to 55-ish width lots, still with original boundaries. Bendy is still a full-length lot. It's not been split, combined, merged. We're treating it as such because that's what the development wants it to be, but we have to strip out these lots to make that work. So to say that Bendy's covering up 90%, 80%, whatever it is, well, not on its lot, it will in the future lot. I think that's what I was mentioning in the last hearing, was what's happening to the residual historic structures and the residual lot coverage. We can talk about this new mega block lot coverage, but we have not come down to something like this in my 12 years on the commission of this scale. I think that's where the rub is. As Ned was saying, the guidelines were written from a standpoint of large scale developments were never intended for the village at that time because economically didn't make sense. We were developing reinvigorating neighborhood at the time. To the point where property become this valuable to make this kind of development financially successful. I think that's part of the rub. So we're trying to fit the guidelines to match this intent. Originally, this whole neighborhood was R2F. We talked about commercial bits and everything, but at the end of the day, it was a residential mixed use, some pockets commercial scattered amongst largely 1-story, 1.5-story to 2.5-story residences. You look down the length of Livingston, the majority of the structures are 2.5 stories up and down. You got a few variances, a couple 3-story at one point, but mainly residential with some commercial infill or tear downs replaced with commercials here and there. A lot of the commercial use is in residential structures, residentially designed structures historically. I think you've done a good job from a Livingston streetscape of trying to make the pedestrian view along Livingston to match that development. I think that's driven by the fact that you have so many structures existing along that frontage. When we flip back to the alley, I think you're trying to get that. I think the design is trying to speak to that of having differentiation and trying to make it feel more to scale. But if I look at the number of historic lots there, are we following that 30-foot minimum, or are we subdividing and making 15-foot wide? I think it's that scale. Are we treating that back, the Lincoln Street, as a frontage, or are we treating it as a back alley? And I've had this conversation with the city back and forth, traffic department, parking department, of what's a street, what's an alley. Current code wants anything less than 20 feet to be an alley. But at the same time, they're treating anything labeled as a street, even less than 20 feet. So there's not consistency across the board. If you read through the code, it's inconsistent with that. So we look at it as, are there frontages on that street? If structures are fronting on the street, it's effectively a street. If you look at the spirit of how the code defines streets versus alleys. So I think that comes into play. Is it is truly a street from a development standpoint? Is an alley from a code standpoint? Scale, we talked about height, talked ad nauseam about height. You scale back the height. We appreciate scaling back. I think that fourth floor is still a sticking point, whether you can see it from the street, not see it from the street. That's always going to be a sticking point. I know you mentioned about height as being part of massing. No, we talked about varying massing, can you vary all of massing or just a piece of massing? I think that's part of the struggle too. Because if we say, well, I'm going to vary massing, I have to vary one thing, so I'm going to vary massing, I'm going to vary all of massing. You can't get the detailed materials right if you vary massing completely. If the lot coverage is way too big, if your height is way too high, if roof shapes are all off, you're never going to get the details, and the materials aren't going to matter. So while I understand and we agree, we said before, vary one of the three, maybe two of the three, but to vary it to the maximum is not in keeping with the guidelines. It says you generally must vary, not 100%. Always everything must vary of that. And I think that's the rub is with varying and massing. Not everything, but a large chunk of it is being varied. And we're trying to balance that against everything else. And because massing has such a weight, it's overwhelming the non-varying of the other pieces, but you're still varying other pieces too.
But the guidelines don't give a specific weight to any of them.
Appropriateness.
Appropriateness, yeah.
And the guidelines go to show what's appropriate.
Right, but not weighting massing over details.
And if we're going to go with saying, okay, we're going to vary massing completely, okay, well, then we say, garages, windows got to be the exact same type of windows, your siding got to be exact, all that stuff has to be exact everywhere else. And now all of a sudden, you can't meet those requirements.
And I would say you have to nail everything else.
Okay.
That's the goal.
Right.
That really is. And
it's the way the guidelines are written.
Yeah.
So.
And I would argue that we're not maxing out lot coverage. We've given several examples, like neighbors, commercial, all along Livingston, 97, 96, even on Blankner. The residential behind us has higher than 82%. I mean, you know, let's be honest here. 82% lot coverage in German Village is not uncharacteristic. That's not max.
And the other, if we went 4 floors for the whole building, then yes, I would say we're pushing the boundaries on saying we're going to vary massing, but we're going to go 4 floors for the whole thing. Yes, that's pushing it. We pushed the 3rd floor back to where you're reading 2 floors. We pushed the 4th floor to where you can't see it. And so what our goal out of that is, yes, we are asking for a variance on the massing, but we are still working, as you've stated, along Livingston. The massing has come down. When you look at our past designs that were from back to last year, substantially taller, much more over the top. We brought those heights down. We're working with the massing. So it's not saying we're totally disregarding massing. We are working through all that. The variation on lot coverage. We're not the worst. We're not the best. We're in between. And as you stated earlier, we are unique. Like this is a unique situation which needs this dialogue to come to a conclusion. So I think all of what you said aligns. And I would say we have been working through on the design to achieve, not asking for maximizing and taking advantage of everything, but we're actually are working through the massing. We've taken a whole portion of our 4th floor out based on input that you guys have given us. So I hope we're starting to meet within all of those elements of what the guidelines have stated.
And I would state in terms of height, again, I've stated from the start that 2.5 is the general standard. 3, there are 7 structures, 3 floors or above, out of 1,600 structures.
And not above.
3. And so we're starting from a standpoint of you said your first submission of this design iteration was a large 4th floor. So you started from a standpoint of you were larger than 99.999% of structures. That's very unique. And then say, okay, we're going to scale back. We're still going to keep the 4th floor. You're still taller than 99.999% of structures. the percentage is off, but it's less than 1% of properties above 3 floors. So we're saying you're giving, yes, you are from your initial standpoint, but the initial standpoint was, in my opinion, beyond what we approved to start from.
So can I ask then, this is Livingston Avenue, 5-lane avenue, bus stops, freeway access. You know, it's one of Columbus's busiest commercial corridors. Are we saying, from a planning perspective, what's appropriate is 2.5-story cottages along one of Columbus's busiest corridors? Is that more appropriate?
So I think the definition busiest corridor could be discussed. And in the future, will it be? No, it will not be. That traffic will be in Fulton and Mound. Those are the contributing corridors.
Okay.
And Livingston is going to 2-way and going to be a lot less traffic.
I think
It's still a busy corridor. The point I was trying to get, you know, we're not in the middle, we're not in Mohawk Street, you know, we're not, there is context here. You know, I genuinely think from a planning standpoint, to have single-family cottages along this corridor isn't. I don't see how that is in line with, one, the guidelines that call out commercial corridors as having more density, more height. And it's not in line with the development pattern either. We're seeing commercial buildings take up the whole lot. So I just think there's weight to the context of what this development is from.
And I think from my perspective, going to 3 floors, I think that's the concession I'm giving you. If you're getting 3 floors, in my opinion, you're getting maximum lot coverage. We're talking about full width of lots. Now, it's maximum, and then we're talking maximum across the alley. There's no separation between buildings in the alley. Some, but it's pretty much jam-packed and then it's offset this way. There's no gaps. There's nothing relating to that kind of separation.
There's 5-foot gaps that go 30 feet back.
On the
outside? Yeah.
Two.
If you go, yeah, there's 2 of those. I'm not saying that we did. We did 2, but I mean, when you really look at 9 lots, there are 6 or 7 cutbacks. 2 of those go back 30 feet. Others go back 15 to 20 feet. So we're trying, like we are working through these aspects. Can you also go to the commercial building that's on the south side of German Village? When everybody keeps saying that, like, this is an oddity, there's an existing building that is taller than what we are proposing in German Village.
The factory building.
Yes, and I would love to get, like, people's like, is that ruined German Village because that building is there?
That's been there since, that was the industrial portion down there.
But I'm just saying, from a scale, this is in German Village, part of the overall fabric. Is that ruining German Village?
It's the exception.
It can be an exception. It can be a part of, on the edges, which I think is if we were talking about this project in the center of German Village, I would agree it doesn't make any sense to be over 2.5 floors. The edges are always different, given the context that we're working in. I think that's what Kareem was trying to get to. We have to understand the edges that we're working in, and those edges are different. And the fact that it's actually called out that the original guidelines didn't include Livingston, but then they did pull it into the overall, I think is something to consider. But there are examples of commercial projects that are over 3 floors, 4 floors, and are taller and larger in scale. I think we've scaled our project in a way that visually, as most people walk by, will never understand the project to be 3 or 4 floors. We see the 4th floor because we render it and we're giving you an elevation. You're talking about 99% of people walking by this project would probably not understand that there's a 4th floor even there, or care. So I think we have to understand we're working within the guidelines. We are scaling based on massing. Again, not maxing out 4th floor with the overall. 3rd floor, not maximized either. We've set that back. We're not asking for the overall max on the 3rd floor. 2nd and 1st floor we are. So there are concessions there, but I think it's actually the development of the design. This design is holistically different than the previous one from May or February of this year.
Yeah, I've talked about that.
Yeah, so where we've come to, again, I think there's some opportunities to continue to get cleaner if we want to go. If you want to start seeing just elevations that are the full width of that on the alley versus breaking the scale down, I think the broken down scale is better. From a opportunity if the parking garages are set back 10 feet from the property line with a 12-foot alleyway is a 22-foot backing up radius, which is not 5 feet. So just from a clarity standpoint, we are listening. We are taking everything into account. The fourth floor is valuable from what it can provide for the overall development. So just cutting it off is a challenge to work through. Again, looking around at what we've done and what we're trying to do, we're taking out square footage. We're trying to make this project work and fit the context. And what I haven't heard from the rest of the commission members, I've heard from two, we're missing 3 other voices I would love to hear from, because I think it's a real understanding of are the details or materials, massing is one piece. And if we're saying we're varying massing, not fully, we're varying massing. I'm going to focus, on the details. Let's focus on the details and materials of the next step, unless there is a consensus across the commission that says, no, absolutely not. The fourth floor is, the massing is not one you can vary, even though the guidelines stipulate we have to vary one. And the commission doesn't get to choose which one we vary, and there's not a precedent of one that has a higher value than another. It's not the way the guidelines are written. So I'd love to hear from the rest of the commission.
I think I agree, with Commissioner, Parkey. I think the.
Excuse me, can you slow the microphone around?
Yes.
Thank you.
I think the elevation along the distance is a much more successful, side than the one on Blackner. Listening to the residents' opinions, I think the setback is really concerning me. I mean, I understand that compared to the existing condition, you are giving more width, right, to the Blackner alley, but you are introducing, garage uses, and the increased traffic volume is gonna, definitely create more vehicular and pedestrian conflicts along the alleys. I think that's something that needs to be resolved, but regarding the height and some other issues that we're continue talking about that. I think the setback, I think we'll like to see more exploration of that along the Blackner side. I do appreciate that you create some breathing room in between, like kind of breaking down the facade a little bit. I do appreciate that. Just wondering, are you imagining that would be like a totally hardscape? What's the width for that? Is it like 5 feet? It's hard to tell from the plan.
Oh, in front of each of the units, like from a landscaping hardscape space. I mean, again, we're set back that 5. Some units have another 5 feet of space to put, whether it's plantings or others, but just also being understanding that the alley, anything close to the alley, has the potential of getting, a maintenance issue. So it'd be in those areas set 5 feet back beyond that. I don't think it's not clearly shown. We'll show that clear for the final submission on the overall landscape approach. Landscape and hardscape.
Kind of just wondering if you guys have thought about, the parking demand for the additional commercial uses. You talk about like cafes, retail next to the existing restaurant there, but with the commercial use, where's the people gonna park? They're not gonna park in the garage here, so it's all totally rely on street parking. I feel like, that will create more conflicts with neighborhood in general.
So just for reference, the parking requirements are the one piece that fall under zoning.
Yeah.
So they remove the parking requirements for that. So just keep that in mind when we're discussing parking.
Thank you for.
Sure.
Um,
And the parking permit overlay is a permit process now as well.
Yes.
I think for a comment that we were talking about earlier was how you were saying the building is addressing Livingston and kind of that respect in relationship to Livingston versus Blankner Alley. But the massing suggests and is more heavy loaded towards the majority of German Village, towards Blinkner Alley. When if what you were saying of you're addressing a more commercial street, a higher density traffic, it would be more towards Livingston and not towards Blinkner. And that's where the third floor and the fourth floor massing just kind of lose it for me. Because of the treatment to the rest of Durham Village and that alley. I mean, I echo a lot of Commissioner Thiel and Yin's comments about the lot coverage, the overall massing, the slight kind of kickbacks of green space, be they entryways or truly just like little gardens. I think we can do more for the people who live in German Village so that it doesn't feel like it's just a leaf trap of hardscape that's just gonna be along this alley. I know previously we had talked about treating the kind of rear portion along Blinkner that kind of connects the two pieces that extended to Livingston, treating those as like a hyphen, and so making that more glassy, more able to be read as not as part of this whole. And I think the attempt at removing part of that third floor was good, but like some of the people who have spoken here, I think it's the fourth. I think there was something taken out of this and all of this was on the third. I think it would read really well and be more in keeping with the rest of the massing along the opposite side of the street, as well as, alleyway of Blinkner, as well as Bendy's.
So where on the third floor, you were saying the massing being more towards Blankner, can you talk to where that third floor, I mean, this is the one view that starts to show, everything else is 2 floors across Blankner. To read it, again, pedestrian visual understanding of it, there's 3 spots along there, which were very specific on why we picked them at the corners. But that third floor, and again, even this elevation view, we're standing inside, like inside another building. So the third floor, again, set back very purposefully, given the concerns of the third floor and the read. I'm just trying to understand how that third floor has such a heavy impact to the alley if you can't see it.
You can.
I think also put another way, if you go to the plan section, Nick, that'd be great, of the third story. I mean, the setback we've done for the third story, debatably, there's more square footage we're losing than having the fourth story. So we've done it this way so the elevations on all 4 sides read as a 2.5 story building. If the critique is, well, 4 stories is doing us all heartburn, treat everything like a third story and bring it to the right of way, that massing, I don't think that would read nearly as well as what the NVBJ team has successfully done. But it would get us, comparable square foot.
Take the 4th floor off and put it down on the 3rd floor.
Right. I mean, are you suggesting that if we took the 4th story off, we could take the 3rd story to the property lines? Is that?
No, that's not what I was suggesting at all. I was saying your treatment of the 4th floor of the separation of those two, I'm just talking about the 4th floor, 2 masses, if you got rid of the 3rd floor completely and did that, had the 4th brought down as a 3rd, as a reduction.
So at that point, we're from a variation of what we've been asked to do is vary one of our 3 aspects. Massing really isn't 2.5 floors.
It'd be 3 in some areas.
But that's 2.5, and my interpretation of 2.5, right? That it's not consistent all the way across. Some areas are 3, some areas are 2. That's a big. That's a,
Yeah, I mean,
then
this-
we're aligned on massing, and then what are we varying? So this is the question. This is where we're specifying. We are varying massing. That's it.
Everything massing?
And no, we're not varying everything to the maximum extent, which I think we've shown with data, you know, with numbers and percentages and reference points around us. We're not maximizing lot coverage. We're not maximizing height and lot coverage. We can go to the lot coverage per floor. Maybe that might be a good slide to dwell on. It's completely the opposite.
I would beg to say that you are maximizing the lot coverage. The problem that we have here is purely the density, the amount of units that are being packed onto this property. And I feel, I have always felt like there's a trade-off. If you're going to, what I see happening is we're losing green space or open space on this lot, on this block. And we've got additional height. If in my mind, if I were going to say, okay, I would break the rules and say you could have a 4-story building, I would want more green space to compensate for it. But that's not what we're being presented. We're being presented a diagram for a building that, yes, you're varying the massing, but you're varying it by covering the lot and increasing the height.
Which are both part of massing.
Yeah, semantics. I
That's guidelines.
Well,
we're not here to make.
Our guidelines don't actually say that that's part of the massing.
It does.
But the guidelines do not want new construction to be, as you said, and we all agree, a copy of historic. I think in my opinion, the guideline says you can vary one element because that's all they want to do is be able to recognize that it is not old, that it is new construction. So that is the goal of the guidelines, is to not wildly be different than the rest of the context, but to be just enough different from the rest of the context to say, yeah, that's 2025 construction.
So when it says massing involves how the building is positioned on the lot, the building setbacks, lot coverage, and the spacing between the buildings on the street. Those are all elements that we're tracking from, and
to me, varying one of those will give you the divergence that says this is new construction.
We're not here to build to you. We're here to build to the guidelines. We're not here to build the most economic project. We're not here to build the nicest looking project. We're here to build the most appropriate project based on the guidelines. So it's not to you, it's to how we interpret some fairly elementary rhetoric.
And vice versa, how I interpret it.
Yeah, the we in that is the collective. It is you plus us.
Right, so you're saying it's sub-elements that we can vary from. That is the rule you want to go ahead and, you want to create.
That is how I look at it, is this has to read as new construction, agreed. But it only takes one of those elements to vary to make this project flip into being readable as new construction. It does not mean that you get to vary every single thing as an whether it's shape, whether it's roof, whether it's height, whether it's massing, anything that you don't get to vary all of those because that just blows it totally out of proportion.
So what can we vary?
Pick one.
Massing. Again, it doesn't specify in the guidelines that it's sub-elements. Like it's hard enough to then as you break that down, it doesn't say
so
to vary.
Say you're gonna vary massing. Shape doesn't matter, scale doesn't matter, proportion doesn't matter, rhythm and building openings doesn't matter, height doesn't matter, roof tape and roof elements don't matter.
That's
And
the
it
way that,
don't-
That's how you read that, that's how you want to interpret.
No, it matters. That's how we spent 5 meetings continually making not a 4-story scaling from property line to property line. Our 4th story, the lot coverage is less than a quarter of the lot coverage. We are not disregarding all of the elements.
But it's not the 4th floor that we're looking at for lot coverage, we're looking at how much does this whole mass cover this pot. You've got 9 parcels here. When I look at what big parcels are, whether it's Franklin Glass, that's one big parcel that's always been there. St. Mary's School is one big parcel that's always been there. The elementary school over at City Park is on one big parcel that's always been there. I looked at the Lear Street condominiums because that's an odd one. I don't know when that was passed, when it was built. It's 3-story units, 2.5 above grade. That was a industrial site. And it's still a single parcel. As Anthony pointed out, you're taking 9 parcels and combining them. How do we treat that in lot coverage, massing, etc.?
You treat it how it exists today, which is the parking lot crosses all parcels. The existing buildings cross parcels. There is precedent on this site for a disregard of parcel lines and structures that
And
traverse the
when we
whole
talk
lot.
about percentage, whether it's a parcel percentage or a combined parcel percentage, it's still lot.
So the official position is we can't vary from massing as stated in the guidelines. We can vary within and a couple, but no set determination on how many.
yeah, how many then are we, how many sub elements can we vary? Like, but
Guidelines talk about 1, possibly 2.
not sub elements, elements.
If I,
This is the challenge.
if I could interject, this application is conceptual this evening. I know you all are prepared for a request for action for the next month's hearing. Given that it seems this conversation is a little circular with this conversation around lot coverage and massing, would the commission entertain discussing more of those elements of
Those are
materials?
materials, windows, doors, give us something that we can find.
My opinion is we need to talk about the big stuff first and decide that that stuff is okay, that's the opinion of the, like, because talking about the elements and stuff is all gonna change, whether lot coverage changes or massing changes, they are secondary to that.
Absolutely. I was, the goal of helping the applicant prepare for action, given that that's kind of the director they're setting. And letting the commission get some feedback on those elements before it comes for action, so that you're not looking at a,
I think that if we are all in agreement that we have not gotten past, both sides have not gotten past massive. If we want to move to materials and details, we can. Just, we need to agree that we are not at the same point on massing on both sides of the table. Do we agree to that?
We agree and we're allowed to disagree and not be on the same page on that and still have a successful development.
I believe that's your case, that you think you've met that standard. We believe that I believe that the standard has not been met.
Yeah, the guidelines need to specify it. If it's not specified in the guidelines, we're following the guidelines based on how it's held. The interpretation, personal interpretations can't be brought to this, which again, the document that was sent to us with 4 things, not 3, was already a like that didn't align with the guidelines. So
It was not intended to align with guidelines, it was a structure for the commission to discuss an application for new construction.
But
And that was how we proposed it.
I think the gap here is the guideline was written a while back. And it was, but this is a 4-story mixed use building, right? But which guideline didn't really cover this type of typology.
Because
So
the
it's
4-story mixed use
right.
was not historically built in.
That's right. So that's where the gap is. Like, that's why, if the guideline is gonna be revised, right? I'm sure there are probably different ways of massing detail and materials for different typology. We're talking about different typology, but I'm sure it's, one element probably has more weight than the other. I think that's where the gap comes from.
And
So it's not like you check all the boxes from guideline, but the guideline doesn't speak to the 4-story mixed use, building. So that's where the discrepancy coming from.
So how do we?
And I'll make a statement, the guidelines are guidelines, they're meant to guide us in our decision making. If we go back to city code, under standards for new construction, 316.12, a lot more prescriptive. So we typically go with the more prescriptive, but the guidelines are here to help us get to the point of what's appropriate. Item A simply states that new structures should look new. This looks new. Should reflect contemporary design standards. This does, while using contemporary design elements that relate to existing contributed properties surrounding the new structure. Building height, width, mass, and proportion affect the degree of compatibility between the old and the new. I think where the rub is your interpretation of the guidelines stating that massing includes all those parts and pieces. And that varying massing means that every one of them can be varied and it still counts as one. You're hinging on that piece of the guidelines. Code speaks to each of those separately. And so we are trying to find how do we get to the point of something that is compatible with the development patterns and the styles and everything else of the village, with a development idea that is not a traditional development idea in the village. We're trying to marry those two opposed standards or two opposed approaches and trying to find something that works. If you came to us and said, hey, we're going to build a bunch of single-family homes that are duplexes and whatnot, that are typically seen in a village, easy peasy, no problem. You can simply check the box, we're good to go. This is trying to take a development pattern that is not traditional and putting it into a neighborhood, a district, and making it work. And that's why this is difficult. That's why it's not just black and white. You can't just say one piece, very massing, all these pieces vary, and it's going to be compatible.
And that's why we're trying to implore the commission to be objective. There's a very elementary rhetoric about this in new construction. If we can't come to a basic understanding on just key fundamental sentences, I mean, there's not only a sentence that says we must vary, there's an example on how we vary. I want to continue to keep this environment collaborative with all folks involved, because if we can't align on very basic elementary rhetoric, this enters into a situation where there's a third party evaluating it, collaboration is lost. This is going to be a microcosm for the city of Columbus, new zoning code, the way developers are able to work with the area commissions to achieve housing, a much needed aspect here. We want to collaborate, we want to be objective here, because I think the last thing everyone wants is this turns into us discussing through manila envelopes and certified mail.
And I agree, and I think that the fact that Zone N identified 3 historic districts as being separate from Zone N, saying that this is going to be a precedent for all development in Columbus, it's not. Zoning applies everywhere outside of those specified districts.
It's going to be a precedent for those specified districts.
I agree, trying to find out how this fits in. And we've had this back and forth with developers for years before zoning came around. We understand that the desire is to maximize the potential of a property. We are here to protect the integrity of the historic fabric, of the character, of what makes German Village what it is, and try to find that medium between the two and make it work. We're trying to get that.
One of this is just my general feeling. We keep trying to find what's the sticking point, what are things that we can adjust, and I don't feel like the commission is giving us anything back. Like
I think we've been clearly told that there's an issue with the height of the building.
That's one piece of it. We've worked on that. We're moved to large junction. Nobody has really stated thank you for. There was one statement that said it was thank you.
I wanted to
But
say that.
you guys
I think you
need to
have
understand
done-
from our side, right? We're trying to be collaborative, and all we get back is no.
No, and you've
So-
done a good job to break down the scale because one of the big issues is the length of this entire block.
Right.
Now looks like it's broken down.
Correct.
And more in keeping with the scale of structures in the village, except for the height. And then on Blankner is that, you know, it's still a continuous big, long string of construction
I would say that if you,
that's connected.
so if we take, I'll say Livingston, I don't have a problem with the scale and the size of the facades directly along Livingston. I think this is, if that mix, the only piece that I think needs more development and it's more of the details is the 3-story, more commercial style structure.
Can you go to that rendering real quick? Just again, helpful input. And again, if we can make the adjustments, we'll make that for.
This one works. I think the structures are focused. I think meet the scale we go. And I'm ignoring everything third floor up that's set back right now.
All the gray.
I think this is starting to meet there. I think material, the details need to still get there. Proportions of windows, that kind of stuff. The structure, second from the left, the board and batten style. It's a different facade than what we've seen. It's not a traditional style of siding application. I think potentially to get there, we could make the case potentially that the rest of the brick structure are following City Code 316 stating if it's predominantly brick in the development area, it should maintain brick. A piece is a little bit different. We can discuss whether what's being proposed there is appropriate, but I think that's getting there. I think the taking of the 3-floor solid brick to have more of the traditional stone first floor facade. I think that's getting towards an appropriate application there.
Yeah.
When we say 3 floors is there, I think a 3-floor could work in that situation if it's done right, if the details are right, if the material's done right, if that first floor height of that stone style is in keeping with what you would see at Benny and at the other of that kind of that, get that right first floor height. And with that, I think Livingston is looking good purely from a facade along Livingston, not talking about anything beyond that front facade.
Good.
When you flip to, you go to page 46. I'm like, should have handled my cue. That might be good. Come on down. Where's the style? On my laptop, I was drawing some polygons to outline stuff. Again, just ignore everything behind. If I follow the principle side of that, what you end up seeing is stand up right to you. You do that and you put in some white blocks to kind of hide and show the separation and look just truly at that elevation. 3-story block. Saying 3-story is appropriate in commercial. This is the non-commercial side of this block. This is a structure facing Blankner. Is 3 floors appropriate here? I get why it's there. It's trying to elevate so you can get the under first floor parking stuck inside of it, which I appreciate tucking the parking inside. There's precedent for that. Looking at the shapes and scale of everything here, if you hide everything else and you get rid of all that background, what you see is, okay, flat, pitch, ba-doop, ba-doop, ba-doop. These little rhythms, these pockets here, like I said before, a 33 to 50 foot wide parcel. Now we're seeing 10 foot, 10 foot, 10 foot. I don't think that this is working along this alley. It's jamming a bunch of stuff on an alley. If you look at the other side of the alley, there's maybe 5 structures, and it's not differentiate every single entry. You look at the proportion of openings of doors and windows, it's much more cluttered with doors. You have garage doors. It's this portion of the alley is not being treated in a similar fashion, a similar way. I get why the design is getting there. And this is when we're talking about what is massing, height, sure, lot coverage, sure. But now we're talking about all these parts and pieces, getting rhythms, and that gets even more away from the development pattern in the village. Does that make sense?
Yep.
That's where I'm going.
So if the modules, for so to speak, wider, not sort of these skinny modules, we'll call them, would that be more characteristic?
Potentially, I can't say yes or no to that question. It's very subjective. You got to look at what's on the other side of Blankner, what's happening east and west of this. What is typical of the village? Not cherry picking one thing from the other side. In the vicinity, how is that area developed? And granted, this is Livingston, and we have identified that we have instructor structures. This is why we're even entertaining the idea of a commercial type structure here, as opposed to entertaining it over on Beck Street.
Yeah, that's right.
Over on further down in Lead or something. Yeah. I think that's what we're looking at. Is there's all these parts and pieces. And if we say we're going to vary massing, and that gives you free range to vary all of that, now all the onesie two things are adding up. And while yes, massing varied, it's becoming less and less compatible in context with everything else.
Yeah, the interesting thing on the alleys, understanding concept from one side of the street to the other, I would say as you go through the alleys, that variety is everywhere. It's I wouldn't say one side of the alley said, oh, this side is at 2 stories and we're going to do 2 stories. The variation is high. So I don't disagree that we should. Looking at it and hearing your input, I think if we allotted the parcel lines, if we wanted a little bit of a better understanding of the 9 parcels, if we really want to emphasize that more, so it doesn't feel like there's 20 parcels here, that we get it down to those. I mean, I think our larger, darker facade is the width. You know, those are trying to read more as a full.
Yeah.
These 2 parcels are wider.
Yeah,
They get narrower
through. So if we map that through, and the facades work with that, and we get the planning of the units to work with that, that would start to at least give us all of us a guideline to the understanding of scale would be if you did an individual building here, this is how it would be done.
And I think that so we can argue all day. We may never come to an agreement on overall maximum height. But if we're looking at pedestrian facades, if that is the most important piece to start from, we can't get the pedestrian facade right. We're never going to get anything else right. We can't even get to 4 stories because we can't even get the first 2.5.
Okay, so Livingston, more their tweaks to details, maybe and windows and doors. Alleyway, look at that alignment.
Let's look at the other 2 facades.
Sure.
Please.
These ones are a little harder to.
Yeah.
They don't read as well. Apologize. The
Maybe the
perspective might be
right.
better. Yeah, because it shows the depth. And this is a facade that's just really unique.
So this, I don't know, this is the old commission every single time, but.
A lot of good points though, Anthony.
A large garage opening is something we don't see. Where you see a large garage opening, if I refer back to the back condominiums, the old dispatch, tech factory, and everything else, there's a drive-in. Go in and do your thing. This is an in-house. We don't see a lot of wide in-house. There's down in Sycamore, I think there's a apartment complex stuck back there. Maybe the Bergdorf or by Schmitz might have a pass-through over there. But treating it like a house, then the whole first floor is a drive-through garage, something we don't typically see. When we have a lot of garages, we're pushing for 2 separate doors. We don't think that may not work with this development. So
we might be able to make that work. Yeah.
But for us to get to a point of yes, this works, it's massive, yes, the details. Yes, materials. So how do we make that work? the question for us is, do we trade off something to get parking hidden away inside the way? Is this a trade-off we can do? I don't know if it is, but that's a piece, that connection to this guy here, it's a solid structure. There's no break in between it visually. It's basically taking up half the block with what looks like an oversized suburban, I won't say suburban, but that form of main structure with garage attached to it. That's how it's speaking. We don't typically see this kind of structure. We do have single door, 2 windows, one side, one on the other. Details are all to make that kind of property house work. Then you got the looming structure behind it, which you're going to see coming down the street. The long porch, typically you would see stoops, not long porches. Again, details, but it affects the massing. And if you want to flip around to the other alley. Yeah.
Yes.
So this one,
The awnings.
Awning.
And then that one. We would not see that type of awning.
windows, not typical windows that we would see.
The windows we found
Sorry.
on Third. and
Which
the-
type of awning would you not see? I was just want to go.
The right one.
The flat one?
Yeah.
It's actually on the building in German Village. It's actually probably too similar to it. It's in one of our precedent images.
Okay.
Just I don't, that's easy adjustment, but no.
There's a few out there, so-
If you feel like it's too far off, we'll do something different, but yeah.
I think it's the size of it.
Oh, okay.
Scale.
But the window scale, we're talking about one of details demonstration.
Yeah.
This is the typical scale of how we look at that. It might be your lintels and sills. We typically have it extending into the brick, making it back the details. The window styles, I would be interested to see where they're at in the village. They stand out in this image.
Yeah.
Not typical, it might be a one-off location. Where it's at, is it this style of building, or are we mixing, matching details and styles to have a non-compatible whole of this corner? And these two pieces, it's the twin towers with garages, the very vertical windows. That's not the language of the village. If we're using this as another example of a differentiation, okay, but you're differentiating all of mass, you're differentiating materials, and differentiating materials, you varied all three in the application. So we can look at it as a whole, and say we're going to vary one of the whole, but you're varying all the parts and pieces in bits and pieces because it's one massive development. It's not being treated as individual properties. I think if we can get this to be more like that, maybe that's the path forward of focus it as if they were development properties as part of a whole, and then we hide the connection to that. I think you're trying to do, maybe that gets us there.
I have a question that this you kind of brought it up for me. So on the third floor are where we step at from the kind of main facades over here. Is that given back to the units? Is that occupiable roof space?
Some of it is occupiable, given the opportunity for outdoor space, yeah.
Okay. I think because I didn't see that before in the floor plans. If we could call that out, that would be great.
It should be on the floor plans where it's actual, like it's a hatch pattern for occupiable. Yep.
Just make it really clear.
Yeah,
Yeah,
we
we
need to
can
make
do
it
that.
really clear.
Yep.
Because because what I'm seeing is, and like, does not help the case that these are like existing massed homes, is like when that roof gets cut back, we don't see it just
Continuing back, yep.
So planning where those occupiable roofs are, so that you aren't gonna be seeing either the backside of a hip, or a hip get terminated.
Okay.
Cause like, this guy's really bad.
I think that's a modeling error, more than intentional.
I'm sure it is.
That,
but it
yeah, we
looks
don't want the
But it looks like there's
Disney
like a
facade.
railing.
Yeah.
No,
Yep.
yeah.
And this one here, this might be a modeling error too, but we got a
No,
tiny
no.
roof
Yeah.
and it breaks.
Yeah, I think it's a, yeah. we'll pull that back.
And I think also something that this elevation doesn't show it as much, but I think the other alley elevation kind of reinforced the view of the roof of this like 2.5-story or 2-story doesn't all need to hit at the same point. I think if you flip to the other alley view, Nick.
And in the partial elevation, I think that's
Like this one, you've just got one continuous line because of that coping that you can read through. Where these would all be varying.
Yeah, even as it hits the other pitch, it should be
Even
either
as it
above
hits-
it or, yeah. Yep.
Yeah.
Okay, more variation within that, okay.
Yeah.
I do think that the windows have, I mean, I'm seeing development from the facades, the windows that seem to be more in keeping with what we would want to see in German Village. But the other thing, I know you said that you're not dealing with landscape yet. I think that's a mistake because one of the things, but one of the things that is unique about German Village is planting in very narrow spaces and very small spaces to put that green in.
Okay.
And it's something that's appreciated, it's something that's loved by, I mean, it characterizes German Village. And I see a lot of opportunities where that's not happening. And I know it's, you know, at this point for you, it's the big idea of you've got to get the unit count down, you've got to get the building down. But I think you need to explore all those opportunities. You know, can you have green roof? Can you have potted trees in places? Can you do some things that introduce that? Can you have hornbeams up against the building? Can you have espalier? You know, there are a lot of things that you could do to make this much greener, which could potentially help to offset the density of the lot coverage.
No, it's because I think we've heard also other stories of like, all plants dying, it doesn't look good, so on the alley specifically, it's just making sure that, yeah, we can make that maintenance and overall look and feel. But yeah, we'll take a look at that.
Yeah, I mean, it's a commitment.
Yeah. Yep.
I mean, the benefit of that alley is it is south, so.
Yeah, true, yeah, good light on this, for sure.
Can somebody speak directly to the question of the single hung versus double hung window? Just because I'm looking for clarity on that.
Can you single hung?
Single hung looks like a double hung window, but the one sash is operable.
Oh.
Yes, it looks like sash. Yeah. Okay, that's all, I think it's, everybody.
Just trying to understand if that was really like operably, this was whatever, again, it just.
Operability, you
Okay,
can
it's
fix
the
the double
aesthetic.
hung and make it a no hung, as long as it has the 2 sashes.
Perfect.
Okay. Nice and simple, and good, that's good.
And the roofing question was another one too.
Oh, yeah, the metal roof.
Metal roof.
We've approved that as metal roofs.
Okay.
The question with those become, are they dominant? If everything becomes a metal roof, then it's no longer a roof, it's everything.
Right.
So the roofing material, you're gonna see, especially on the pitches, you're gonna see some variability. Is there a variability option? Or are you trying to do everything metal and everything?
I think we're gonna have to vary.
Yeah.
So.
Roof overhangs, you're showing pitches, but if every pitch is just simply the profile, that's not really.
Yeah, and that's that finding that boundary of, and I think our very, very first meeting was like, we went too far in matching the historic, so we've taken the style and kept it tight. I'll call it tight as in not having overhangs. Maybe we vary that on a couple. It's again, trying to find that balance in there of not recreating. So make that work out in that in between, trying to work that out.
Massing details. Yeah, overhangs and gutter, that's details, but the massing's driving it and vice versa.
Like you could vary the rafter tail cuts.
Yeah.
Across the development to make it seem more like separate pieces.
Okay.
That have been added together.
What
As an example.
What I am seeing in these besides is they're not as flat as they used to be.
Yeah.
Okay,
I'm seeing a lot more dimension, which is important.
right.
Garage heights. We do 9 foot garages, is that what I'm seeing? They feel very tall.
I'm looking at the guy,
I'm not sure.
I don't know if they're,
I'm not sure.
we'll verify that.
What we find is.
You're just saying, I mean, like, we have variation, I think, here a little bit, but you're saying you think they should be lower.
Traditionally, we have lower garages, and when you start putting a tall garage door in, especially if you're trying to do these kind of garages where you're built in, it pushes everything else up, and it exacerbates the verticality. And when you're getting narrow, the verticality gets even worse. I think that's throwing things off as well. Again, details, but also massive.
I'm sorry, I have one more question about windows, and I don't be a stickler about this, so I want to get clarity. We are looking at an Anderson single hung 100 series window, which is basically a fiberglass window, the sash, etc. And I just wanted to have a conversation about that. If that is a window materiality of a window, I mean, it's a black, we were looking at black, I just want to know if that's a thing that's acceptable. Yeah.
She's got enough of that.
Yeah, she's got these are windows.
Which one was it?
So we've got
Yep.
approved windows, which are
Yeah,
approved.
okay, great, thank you for that, because I hadn't seen that, but, okay. So you don't have Anderson on the list, but you do have various, you've got Marvin, you got Pella, you got Quaker, yeah.
And we have a similar list for asphalt shingles.
Okay, great, thank you for that.
And when it comes to the windows, if there's windows those typically are for the traditional double hungs. If you're moving into non-double hungs, like some of like the more industrial style, I think there's one on there that we have that's been approved.
Oh, it is
for that.
for that, okay.
Yeah.
We'll use that as our basis.
And if there's something else, we'll entertain it, but it comes down to, especially when we're talking about getting the details right, historic details right, proportionality of your rails, styles, all the pieces of the window, if the portions are off, it gets wonky. How those pieces come together, are they straight cut or diagonal cuts, 45s or 90s? That was one of the considerations we looked at when we evaluated all these windows years back.
Sure.
Because it's pedestrian scale, you're walking by, you're seeing these things, those details matter. With new construction, you can look at some options, but these are all.
And when you said years back, I'm just curious when this was done, just because there's always new products on the market.
Pre-2019.
Okay.
Yeah. So we've been updating model numbers and model names as they change their lines.
Okay, thank you.
And the shingle list is 2015 was the last update.
Okay, thank you.
And then a couple other notes, just because you asked about the details. Juliet balconies, typically we don't approve those. It's a faux historic look. I know a lot of folks put them up there because of security, safety reasons, but we typically don't approve of that unless it's absolutely necessary and there's not another way to get that.
The Juliets, you mean, yeah. Specifically the Juliets or any balconies?
Juliet specific.
Okay.
We're looking at balconies, we can talk about balconies, but typically we don't put a lot of external balconies on properties.
Right.
You might see some built in, whatnot.
Yeah, or more terraces on top of roofs versus balconies, yeah, okay.
And your stoops, we have a lot of guidelines about stoops.
Yep.
Materials of stoops, about sizing, alignments of stoops and railing, all that stuff.
Water tables, like.
Fabric awnings are typically much more appropriate than metal awnings. You see metal awnings, but it's usually more the 1960s grandma style awning that you might remember.
Sure.
Fabric is much more historically appropriate.
Okay.
Open-ended, not closed-ended awnings typically.
Okay.
You talk about this sheet for.
What? Yeah, we could have details all day long, but I think give me an idea of what we're looking for.
Yeah, super helpful, thank you.
Whether we can get past 3 to 4 and how we're treating 3 and 4, if we can get past the number. Can't get this facades right, it's a moot point. And I will make a statement because it's been mentioned several times by members of the public about alley width. We cannot compel property owner to give property back to the city for an alley. The alleys are the size they are. If the city has an issue with that, the city needs to deal with that from a negotiation and a domain standpoint.
Anthony, did you repeat that?
Alleys are the sizes they are. We cannot compel a property owner to give property size back to the city to widen the alley. That's a purely city council matter, take up with the city council members. We as a commission cannot compel them to do that. We do, however, it does require certain turn radiuses. So you have at least 20 feet of turn radius to get into a garage. If the alley is not 20 feet wide, then the property owner has to provide the extra space to make that 20-foot turn radius. But if there's steps from adjacent properties protruding into the public way, that's just a historic development pattern, and we can't control that. We can't compel applicants to alter their design to make alleys wider.
How did that happen on Grant Street with the Pizzuti development? How did they get 10 feet?
I can't speak to that at this hearing. That's probably a conversation for society outside of the commission.
It's also outside of the boundaries.
Yeah, it's outside of German Village, Schumacher's.
There's no requirements for sidewalks on these streets.
Yeah, I believe all of our garages should be at least 8 to 10 feet back from the property line, which the alley's at 12. If it's consistent. And then
Would just recommend if you are looking at your garage locations and across the way in that 20-foot turn radius, if there is a set of stairs or stoops that happen to historically extend in the public way,
be mindful.
It would make sense to make your developments avoid those stairs. Otherwise, you're perpetuating a problem for your residents.
Sure. Agreed. Agreed. Okay.
Any other feedback?
Anything from anyone else?
Do you want us to look at the materials?
I mean, the rest of, most of them are the bricks.
We get some, we get. Yeah.
You want
There's no harm in, I mean, we brought them, we lugged them over here. I know, you lugged them down here. It's like I gotta lug them over there too.
It's all right if I bring it up.
I know, it's,
Again,
I'm genuinely shivering.
If you just pull out, I think they're organized by palette.
Yeah. This is the stone, metal.
And the ground.
I was gonna say. Goes with that. Yeah, this was darker grow.
Oh, it's the top. Yeah.
Stone. Later. Oops, sorry. And then metal roofing. We'll go through colors on color options on the metal.
What's that ground? Right? With your next application.
Yeah, that one. Yeah.
Yes.
Right, yeah, I remember tripping into thinking that was. I just was not, I was on. It's interesting.
Yeah, no, I'm just gonna give you a preview.
This is always the fun part. And then the screen here shows it one way. Yeah, that's right. That's right.
Yeah.
So we continue if there's anything that, doesn't.
I think we'll want to talk in general about colors. In keeping with what is in the village. We don't see a lot of dark brick. I know we have in dark brick, specifically on home property. That was property was demolished because it was collapsing. And the conversation about that was bringing the property back in a very similar build, style, size, but then reversing the brick color, to shadow what was there.
Okay.
It was a deviation, but again, if we're talking about materials and we're starting to deviate colors, that's a deviation of material.
Okay.
So if we're one of three, if we're treating this entire thing as one thing, we're gonna hang out next to it. How do you materials to work on this kind of size.
Okay, so the dark is the one that's off potentially the most, but we should, if we can make them all align with what is a standard, not a one-off within a village.
And I would say in this area, specific area of the village, you'll see a lot of brick difference along that alley.
Along the alley, yeah.
A lot of those duplex, triplex, the 1940s, 20s, 40s style of housing. We'll see some of the cottages from the late 1800s with the more traditional red brick. So there's an opportunity for mix, but to go say a red, a sand, and a black. Black's not typical, sand's not typical. You're in that red scheme. How do we make that work?
Okay.
With enough variation.
Yeah, part of it is trying not to make it all just one big
Right.
red
Trying to break it down.
And then we'll look at one of the other that we saw in some of the board and battens was much more color. At least down the alleyway, there's a green portion of an addition that's a board and batten that's a green color. Is that or colors like that if we introduce that versus maybe the darker colors for the board and batten?
We've seen green typically historically around. It's a very common color. Okay. The grays are a much more modern color. It's all the rays, the grays and the blacks, the darker moody colors. There were periods of time where the colors changed, and on the frame construction, painting a frame construction was common. You paint houses every few years, color tastes changed. With brick is brick, we don't paint old brick. And installing brick just to paint the first time, not the best application.
Sure. Okay. Any other questions? No? Done? All right.
All right. Nothing else. We appreciate you coming in.
Thank you.
Appreciate the conversation.
Thank you.
Bathroom before we leave.
That one will be.
And a little bit. If we can ask folks to take conversations outside, we got a couple more applications to get through. Correct.
So I think to keep using
Size and scale. There's a commercial building.
Yes. If you guys can take the outside, so we can finish up. Thank you. We had item number 15, COA 250073, 267 East Whittier.
Yes, this is the one where the applicant, this was only placed conceptually because they could not attend, but still wanted feedback this month, so we, it is a conceptual application for landscaping for a parking area and entry steps. To replace the existing concrete parking area with concrete and to remove the existing entry stairs and replace with more concrete stairs and a porch as well.
It was the porch.
It is the porch, yes. This application was placed for conceptual review because the applicant shared they was unable to attend and asked if proposal. The applicant has submitted, since this meeting, a drawing showing measurements for the steps of how concrete will be poured. As well as for the parking area indicating the size and dimensions. The area is currently deteriorated asphalt and gravel. And the recommendations is conceptual, so design feedback. And the basis of the recommendation through 1611, through I'll add porches and stoops, that's where that's. I need to break these one-sided because they're opportunities. Yeah. What portions and stoops, resident village guidelines.
Comments, feedback, information? I have some, obviously.
Do they list what the parking lot is gonna be constructed with?
Concrete.
Oh, okay.
And for the, anyone who is not at the business meeting, the current porch is,
Deteriorating.
dry laid.
Yeah, it's dry laid.
Pavers.
Yeah.
So it's, yeah, landscaping pavers, there's nothing underneath, it's gravel and compacted materials, both pavers.
So on the porch, I did a little walkabout. Where there are concrete steps and, well, two pieces of concrete steps and then concrete porch deck. Where there is a concrete porch deck, the foundation is typically a block foundation. I went up and down Whittier, some of the north-south streets. There's a mix of wood porches with concrete steps, wood porches with brick steps, brick porches completely with brick steps. But pretty much every concrete deck porch I saw had a block foundation. So pouring a monolithic concrete porch, I don't think, in my opinion, is appropriate. Whether a concrete porch deck is appropriate, I think is up for discussion. I think they were done before the commission. I don't think they were the original porches in the village. I think decks started rotting out and people just replaced things with block and concrete. And I know we have pushed for wooden porches as a standard. So
It's more appropriate.
Looking to this property to the west, that was submitted as a example. That's directly to the east, right next door. Concrete steps, concrete porch, that's been there since 2007. And then one property further to the east, they have a big, wide, full frontal concrete porch. You can go back about 10 years, that used to be an enclosed room. It's a block foundation. Looks like that porch was poured when that room was opened up and converted back to a porch. Don't know if that was approved or not. That's what happened. It looks like what happened.
Interesting. I know you mentioned the thought that wood is the most appropriate. Is that something you're gonna require, or will you consider concrete with the new design?
I think that's up to the commission. If we think that a block, is concrete appropriate, and if it's appropriate, concrete block or monolithic concrete. I'm of the opinion that I don't believe concrete is appropriate. I think that there are examples and they're there. I don't believe it's a historic material for this age of this house.
I don't think it would be monolithic. I think it would be a top. Maybe a cap on it. Some kind of block stone foundation or.
Yeah, you wouldn't construct them that way.
And with the example that's submitted, the height of that porch deck is too high. It's engaging up over the bottom water table, which means it's not appropriate for such a place.
The landscape paper one?
The one on the screen right now.
Oh, this one? Yeah. That's the one.
Are there any comments on the proposed parking area?
No, it can't be gravel, per city code. Most appropriate would be pavers, but you've got concrete driveways.
It's interesting because, I mean, the city did chip and seal a lot of the alleys.
Yeah.
Which is,
And this almost looks like chip and seal.
it does look like chip and seal to me.
Old chip and seal.
If they chip and seal, it would technically be maintenance.
Yes.
I'll let them know.
A lot of that concrete parking pad on Willow.
Yeah, that was a oops, beg forgiveness situation.
Well, they did put brick in where they're not parking.
Yes, patio portion. You do place brick pavers under a parking area, you need to have a concrete base.
Yeah.
Because the way the cars will just make the pavers sick no matter what.
We have concrete aprons and concrete garage floors.
So from a commission standpoint, we're in that existential crisis of having against concrete, but approving concrete, where is it appropriate, where is it not appropriate? How do we draw that line objectively? Is the parking pad concrete appropriate?
If
it's not preferred.
I think in the rear yard off of an alley.
Okay. Not preferred.
But I think that's where, at least my conception ends. Like if we allow the concrete parking pad, I don't wanna see concrete on the stoop.
I won't go too far into ideas for the applicant, but reducing the parking area to the minimum requirement for 2 legal off-street parking spaces. Be more.
I think it's right to ask for 3 or 4, how many can fit back there?
Okay.
That's my opinion.
Sure, absolutely.
I think if it's a pad, it should be a pad. It should be the width of parking spaces
Mhm.
in a hole. So if it's 2, it's 2, if it's 3, it's 3.
Yeah, I agree with that.
But if you're just parking 2 cars, but you can't, because you can't fit a third legal parking space, and you're just saying, okay, I'm just gonna concrete it out, the edge of my property, I don't think that's.
Where we end up with that one on Reinhardt? Remember? We had the drainage issues with and whatnot.
You talking about the one that was from the private alley or the one that was just right on the street? With the gate?
Oh, this was off the alley behind Reinhardt.
If you
I know the
have-
one you're talking about, that, I don't think, that was another one.
I think the final determination was the concrete could remain, but on the sitting portion, it was a 3/4 brick or half brick that was used on paving on top of the existing concrete.
And the
That's the Willow.
And that's Willow.
That's Willow, yeah.
I know when you're talking about, they're gonna put a charger back there. I think you remember correctly.
Whereabouts this?
I don't know where's that.
For the hearing, there was, I remember, I know the one you're talking about on Willow with the private drive and stuff.
I would say if they chip and seal what's there, that's considered maintenance, and I would not say no.
Mhm.
If they want concrete, they'd be treating like a parking pad.
Mhm.
It needs to be sized to be a pad,
Yeah.
legal car widths, and then landscaping around it, be it grass or gravel or something, acres.
Rock mulch.
I think there's one at the very, very end, I think I saw. Maybe.
I think it was just yours. Oh, that was the one that you moved to. That's the one you moved to Sackville. It just shouldn't have been numbered.
That's your proposal.
Yeah, it should have been a bullet, not a number there. So.
And we had the LED smart sighting, lap sighting test cases.
Yes.
I looked at the ones that were out there. I'm fine with it.
Oh, I need to go out.
That's.
Would-
More.
I was saying, would you like to consider that at the beginning of your next hearing
It's the big understanding.
instead of waiting to the end, Plano after
Yeah.
17 applications? The fuel is low.
Yeah.
I don't think I have the addresses for the test case. Can you send that to me?
I can, yeah, I'll send those out.
Yeah, send it to me.
Yeah, I'll send it out to everyone.
Yeah.
Yeah. I need to make an update on it as well, because I think I mislabeled one of the addresses, and it's the right address, it's the wrong pictures. So, thank you. Yeah.
All right, that's it. Is there a motion to adjourn? Is there a second? Any question on the motion? All those in favor? Against? Too bad.
But we were never gonna.